Order!
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment. Environment and climate change.
Change it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cost of living challenges have been raised by the Northwest Territories residents and members of Legislative Assembly in both the 18th and 19th Legislative Assemblies. One of these challenges is rent for residential and recreational public land leases, including those that support traditional harvesting activities. The lease rent minimum increased to $840 annually for resident and recreational leases in the last Legislative Assembly, implemented over the last 5 years, have been proven to be challenging for many residents given our current economic situation. To help these fiscal or financial pressures and assist with cost of living challenges for lease holders, lease rent rates will be reduced for all residents and recreational leases. Lease rent minimum will be reduced for all residential leases from $840 to $800 annually. We are also reducing the percentage of process value charged to residential leases for commissioners' land from 5% of assessed value to 2.5% assessed value. Mr. Speaker, we will also be reducing lease rents for recreational leases. The Department of Environment and Climate Change will implement a 3-tier system for all recreational leases, with rates reduced from a minimum of $840 to a max or fixed amount of either $600, $400, or $300 annually, depending on access to the leased parcel. This approach will ensure that those with limited and seasonal access will pay less than those year-round access. Residential and recreational leases will see these savings at their next rent review period. These changes will not only result in lower lease rates for all individuals, but also make rent more comparable between commissioners and territorial land until the Public Land Act comes into force and creates a single public land price regime. Mr. Speaker, we also tabled a motion to response to motion 77-19(2) related to lease rents for Indigenous owned cabins. Significant work and engagements are ongoing to develop a long-term approach which will address concerns expressed by Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations regarding the management of rights-based cabins on public land. Our government is committed to working with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations to resolve this issue in a collaborative way that considers and respects Aboriginal and Treaty rights. While this work is underway, the rent reduction being put in place will help reduce the financial burden for all residents, residential and recreational leases, including Indigenous leaseholders that have asserted or established Aboriginal and treaty rights to harvest in that area. We will all be pausing the collection on lease rent arrears and will consider forgiving arrears on a case-by-case basis for those Indigenous leaseholders. The Department of Environment and Climate Change remains committed to working with Indigenous leadership to develop a long-term approach that meets the interests of Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations, and the government of the Northwest Territories for rights-based cabins on public land. Mr. Speaker, today I have made important commitments to finish our work on a collaborative development of a policy-based approach for rights-based cabins with our Indigenous government partners, and to lower the cost of living for residents. Reducing rent for residential and recreational leases will help address the cost of living for individuals with public land leases, including Indigenous land leaseholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, this Legislative Assembly has made it a priority to advance universal childcare for residents of the Northwest Territories. In December 2021, we signed the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement with the federal government, and since then, we have worked closely with licensed early learning and childcare programs and early childhood educators to advance this mandate. As of April 1st, the average cost of childcare for children 5 years of age and younger has been reduced on average by 60%. This means that families in the N.W.T are now saving up to $545 a month per child in childcare fees. Families can expect to see further cost reductions until we reach our goal of an average of $10 a day childcare. Mr. Speaker, amendments to the Child Daycare Act and 2 related regulations came into force on May 1st, 2023. These changes establish limits on childcare fees charged to families by licensed programs receiving government subsidies and increased reporting provided by licensed programs in response to our commitments within the Canada-wide agreement. We are taking a phased approach to updating the regulations to take the time to consider our next action as we change the early learning and childcare system. Later this year, we will continue engaging with the sector on more changes to regulations as we work to introduce a wage grid for educators, a certification process, and establish a new funding process for licensed programs in response to a program review that was completed in spring 2021. Mr. Speaker, earlier this summer, we gathered feedback on these initiatives by engaging with Indigenous governments, the Northwest Territories Early Childhood Association, licensed early learning and childcare program operators, and early childhood educators working in licensed center-based programs. We know that the N.W.T needs a flexible certification process that recognizes and considers post-secondary education equivalencies, as well as a wage grid that is comparable to other positions within the early learning and childcare sector and will attract and retain educators. Participants appreciated our proposed shift away from basing operating subsidies on attendance and highlighted the need for additional funding to support long-term sustainability. The full What We Heard report summarizing the GNWT's findings is posted on the Education, Culture and Employment website. We continue to collaborate with the Government of Canada to help achieve our shared vision of a Canada-wide system that meets the needs of our communities, families and young children. I'm pleased to share that at the end of June, the Government of Canada announced the new Early Learning and Childcare Infrastructure Fund to help deliver affordable childcare for families by funding the cost of physical infrastructure needed to create more spaces, like real estate and building materials. Through this fund, provinces and territories will receive $625 million over the next 4 years, which will take into consideration the unique infrastructure challenges in the 3 territories. I look forward to sharing more details on what this means for the N.W.T as we work collaboratively with the federal government to implement this funding. Mr. Speaker, we continue to support our licensed programs to create welcoming and inclusive early learning environments and that incorporate local cultures and languages and support the developmental needs of all children in their care. To ensure early learning environments in the N.W.T are a place where all children are welcomed and supported, we are reviewing how children from vulnerable or equity-seeking families, including those with specific developmental needs, are included in early learning opportunities across the territory. The aim is to identify strengths and barriers that exist within the early childhood sector, enhance the overall quality of licensed programs throughout the N.W.T, and support the creation of new licensed spaces so more families have access to quality early learning and childcare in their community. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the need for flexibility as we continue to build the foundation for the N.W.T's early learning and childcare system and are working to address affordability for families, develop the early childhood workforce, and improve wages and incentives for those employed as early childhood educators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the progress we've made in strengthening our mental health support services. Our focus is on the pressing issue of suicide prevention, as well as our ongoing efforts to enhance the mental wellness and addictions recovery system. Each suicide and suicide attempt has a profound impact on friends, families, and communities. The distressing surge in suicide rates during 2022 has underscored the urgent need for a renewed approach. In June, I had the privilege of traveling to Iqaluit with key staff from the Department of the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority and the department to discuss suicide prevention with their counterparts in Nunavut. Our goal was to exchange insights, experiences, and best practices. Mr. Speaker, our discussions highlighted the importance of a collaborative response. Suicide prevention is complex, and no single solution can fully address it. To that end, we formed a N.W.T working group to establish guiding principles for collective suicide prevention approach, as well as a renewed commitment to support community-led initiatives. Budget 2023-24 allocates an additional $500,000 to the Community Suicide Prevention Fund, bringing the total annual funding to $725,000 for communities and organizations to access. Our conversations with colleagues in Nunavut emphasize the importance of supporting community-led, grassroots approaches to suicide prevention. The enhancement of this fund is an important step towards that goal. Mr. Speaker, supporting regional and community-led initiatives beyond providing funding is equally important. When the N.W.T Regional Corporation released its suicide prevention strategy last September, officials from the department and the NTHSSA traveled to Inuvik to meet with the IRC staff to offer support for their work. Together, they came up with tangible ways that the health and social services system can reduce barriers to help the N.W.T Regional Corporation help individuals and families. The same spirit of collaboration and commitment underpins our efforts to enhance the mental wellness and addictions recovery system, with a particular focus on the community counseling program. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we introduced the Step Care 2.0 approach in the community counseling program, tailoring support to individual needs. Collaborating with partners such as the Mental Health Commission of Canada, Step Care Solutions, and the Health and Social Services Authorities, we've expanded our services to reduce wait times and improve accessibility. We have achieved remarkable outcomes, including same-day counseling and a noteworthy 79% reduction in wait times. Furthermore, we've launched e-mental health options and established the Mental Wellness and Addictions Recovery Advisory Group to guide our efforts based on lived experience. Mr. Speaker, additional work is underway to further transform the way mental health and addictions counseling services are being delivered. This work is being led by the Beaufort Delta region. There was extensive engagement with residents on what services they need, how they want to receive them, and who they want delivering them. This work highlighted that educational qualifications are not what is most valued by residents, and so changes will be made in job descriptions and hiring practices to reflect this. The lessons learned from this work are being shared with other regions to inspire similar shifts in approach. Mr. Speaker, it is also key to ensure that there are relevant culturally based child and youth mental health services in the territory. We strive to evolve to a model that aligns and supports this goal as we move away from the historical institutional model of child and adolescent treatment facilities such as Trailcross and the Territorial Treatment Centre. While a review is underway to provide longer-term recommendations to ensure programming is available, there are 2 youth wellness camps scheduled for pilot in 2023-24 fiscal year. These camps are land-based with culture, individual and group counseling embedded throughout, as well as a 3-month aftercare component. Following this pilot, there will be a review to assess the effectiveness of this approach. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize our unwavering commitment to these crucial issues and to continue to grow and learn from the people we serve. I'm looking forward to hearing about new community and regional-based suicide prevention strategies that affirm the value of every life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories recently completed a comprehensive strategic framework aimed at addressing the concerning rates of family violence in the Northwest Territories. The framework is called Reclaiming the Capable Person. We are all capable persons when we have community. In it, elders from communities across the Territory provide their definitions of a capable person based on traditional knowledge passed down from generations. Their knowledge teaches us that every child and every person is born capable, and that we all share the responsibility to nurture and provide opportunities and guidance to help everyone become their own capable person. Mr. Speaker, all survivors and perpetrators of family violence are capable persons. The Government of the Northwest Territories can best support them by assuming a role that better equips them to make empowered decisions for themselves, their families, and their communities. We evoke the idea of a capable person to emphasize that this strategic framework focuses on individual agency and the importance of programs and services that support the empowerment of individuals affected by family violence so that they can make decisions for themselves that build resiliency and the capacity to heal so they can lead fulfilling lives. This strategic framework focuses on people adopting a holistic approach to prevention and intervention measures across all levels of government and non-governmental organizations. This approach calls for a significant shift in the way we perceive the collective healing needs of all residents, including survivors, their families, and those who use violence in their relationships. Earlier this summer, we shared the draft framework with Indigenous and community governments, as well as key stakeholders for input. And Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time today, I will table the feedback we received. Now that the framework has been finalized, we will create an action plan to implement new initiatives and enhance existing programs and services, including a monitoring and evaluation framework to assess and adjust our efforts along the way and to ensure that our approach is effective and responsive to evolving needs. Many of the implementation actions relate closely to A Way Home, a comprehensive strategy to address homelessness in the Northwest Territories. It is well known that family violence is among the primary issues that cause people to experience homelessness. Advancing these strategies creates an opportunity to better coordinate person-centered services across departments and address some of the Northwest Territories' most urgent social needs. Mr. Speaker, to be effective, our strategy to address family violence must also take into consideration gender-based violence, elder abuse, and the problems underlying gender inequality and discrimination against 2S LGBTQ and QIA+ individuals. Today, I particularly note the tragic and nationwide issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, which must also be considered in any strategies addressing domestic and family violence. I emphasize today due to the new monument unveiled honoring the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. This monument is nestled in the woods just to the right of the entrance pathway to the Legislative Assembly buildings. It is located in a quiet place, surrounded by trees, which will allow people and families time and space to reflect on losses and perhaps experience a little hope. The national conversation on MMIWG has reached a critical mass, and while there is still much to do, I, like so many others, have hope that we are starting to see awareness walking side by side with reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, by adopting an inclusive, comprehensive strategy and a coordinated approach to implementation, we will promote gender equality, protect the rights and safety of all individuals, and work towards a society free from violence and discrimination. This approach reflects strong commitment to recognizing the diverse needs of different communities and ensuring that the solutions put forward are genuinely transformative and inclusive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by first congratulating YELLOWKNIFE of the NDP on being elected as the next Premier of Manitoba. I know he will be a great leader for the province and its people. Mr. Speaker, over the last 16 months, businesses in the communities of Hay River, Acknowledgements, and Enterprise have been affected by floods and fires. They are now asking for reasonable and timely financial support to rebuild or reopen. Mr. Speaker, to put some perspective on this, I want to provide examples of affected businesses. Firstly, Castaways Cottages and Campground, a tourist destination, was flooded in 2022, now lost several cabins because of the wildfire. Patterson's Sawmill and Patterson's Firewood businesses were decimated by the latest fire. The damage was so extensive, not only did they lose their businesses, but all the homes along Patterson Road were consumed by the fire. The heart of our agricultural sector, Paradise Valley, experienced damage from flooding last year. Now it was wildfire damage. The more reason to use the property acquisition program offered by the federal government. In Enterprise, we have Sunrise Cabinets, a supplier of cabinets throughout the north and a major supplier to this government. Their building and equipment is gone. The Gateway Motel was also consumed by their fire, along with the building housing Winnie's Denny Art Gallery and Darcy Mose's Fashion Designs. Mr. Speaker, there are other businesses that are still standing, but nevertheless were impacted because of forced closures. These businesses, in a 16-month period, lost approximately 2 to 4 months of revenue. However, fixed business costs continued and needed to be met. As government, we must do our part. It is our responsibility to assist those businesses, whether it is with general advice, DAP, BDIC, ITI, or ECE financial supports. Mr. Speaker, I ask this government to consider the overall impact and severity that flooding, wildfires, and evacuations had on Hay River, Acknowledgements, and Enterprise over the past 16 months. We need financial supports that take that reality in consideration. It was not once, it was not twice, it was 3 times that our communities have been dealt a blow by Mother Nature. We need that financial support not to be limited in scope, but must consider the effects of lost revenue, lost labor, lost equipment, lost infrastructure, and the reality of business devaluation. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to the magnitude of financial support required for businesses in Hay River, Acknowledgements, and Enterprise, these supports cannot come from the N.W.T alone. We need the federal government to step up and provide some serious investment to support those businesses impacted, and we need it now. And I will relay that message to our MP as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the healthcare system is failing our Indigenous population from access to quality and timely care. Our residents face systemic barriers, and more work is needed to break through the red tape to improve accessibility to programs and services. Many community members in my region travel to YELLOWKNIFE to get healthcare services. I am disappointed to hear from constituents who travel to YELLOWKNIFE who feel their concerns are not taken seriously. I have also heard concerns that some people have been told they cannot book appointments in YELLOWKNIFE. Mr. Speaker, recently I had 2 constituents inform me of their concerns with the care they received in YELLOWKNIFE. They felt their concerns were dismissed with multiple attempts to access service. They chose to travel on their own to seek medical attention in the South. Both constituents were diagnosed with serious illnesses that required immediate medical attention. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate. My condolences to the family. One of my constituents, after 19 days in the hospital, died in Edmonton without the opportunity to say goodbye to family and friends. Mr. Speaker, the existing medical travel policy has failed the people of my region and other N.W.T small communities. Both of my constituents, even after receiving a critical diagnosis and being hospitalized, will refuse any type of support from GNWT medical travel. Mr. Speaker, we continue to see more community members accessing services outside of the N.W.T. We need to review and change the medical travel policy to be more flexible, especially in cases that are serious enough to warrant admissions and or treatments that are unavailable in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, this is an unbelievable situation. If my constituents would have received a timely diagnosis in Yellowknife, they would have been sent south to access treatment and been covered by medical travel. But because they chose to travel on their own, they cannot receive any support from medical travel, even after being diagnosed with a serious medical condition that resulted in specialized treatment. Fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, there should be no barriers to access health care for the residents of the N.W.T. Interpreters, translators are also denied for the most vulnerable as well. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. I will have a question for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak once again about a major infrastructure project that our government has been pursuing for years and has committed to construct at some point in the future. The project I'm talking about is the Tolson Hydro expansion. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are some members from past and present in this House who are strongly against the expansion of the Tolson Dam, and each member's reasons are varied. I, however, wanted to stand up here today and state once again, as I have on numerous occasions, that I am somebody who is strongly in favor of the expansion of the Tolson expansion dam. Mr. Speaker, there are tons of potential that a mega project such as the Tolson Hydro expansion can bring to the economy and the residents of the N.W.T. For example, given that such a large project would require significant investment, there is a high likelihood that along with those new investments, there will also be increased economic development within the N.W.T. by spin-off industries that is created as a result of the project's construction and maintenance. In addition, Mr. Speaker, some people are wondering who we're going to sell all the new excess power that will be generated from the expanded Tolson Dam. Well, Mr. Speaker, provinces and territories make cross-border deals all the time on various matters, such as pipelines, fiber optic lines, and yes, hydropower too. For instance, just a few months ago, Quebec signed a deal with New York State to sell them excess hydropower that's worth billions of dollars. This would be no different. We could do the same with Alberta and Saskatchewan. Plus, the federal government has long-term goals to make Canada net zero on greenhouse gas emissions. But in order to do so, there must be more green energy projects built across the country. Mr. Speaker, I know there is still work that needs to be done with the Indigenous groups whose lands are nearest to the Tolson Dam to ensure they will get their fair share in the benefits of this project. I know that our government will continue with the work on the Tolson Steering Committee and in bilateral meetings with the affected Indigenous groups. I will have questions for the Minister of N.W.T. Power Corporation later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I've been waiting patiently for almost 8 years for this government to do something, anything, to prevent and better manage contaminated sites that have cost us literally tens of millions of dollars. With little to no fanfare, Environment and Climate Change has finally released a new environmental guideline for contaminated site remediation with a public comment period of about 6 weeks, less the evacuation period. While the steps and process laid out in the document appear to be sound, there's some critical omissions and failures. It's hard to believe that it is the best we could do 9 years after devolution. It's not clear whether this guideline is legally binding or enforceable, as no specific legislative authorization is cited. It's also not clear whether it would apply to contaminated sites on privately owned lands. Once again, the department has completely forgotten any role for the public in the process, other than as a recipient of some vague notice if a site is found to be contaminated. The document is completely silent as to whether any of the information and approvals generated would be publicly disclosed. It's not clear to me whether the department is attempting to set up a parallel, unlegislated process for contaminated site management when some sites are under active remediation and are regulated by the Land and Water Boards. This could be a parallel N.W.T. system for contaminated sites with no role for the public and no public information. There's also no mention of working with Indigenous governments in the document. The guideline is not consistent with Cabinet's so-called open government policy, but it is what I've come to expect as a pattern of Cabinet not acting as a public government. A few other problems with the guideline. Site restoration is completely optional, but no one will know anyway. Under this guideline, the department can accept sites with known liabilities and or perpetual care requirements without any public knowledge. There are no provisions or even consideration in the document of an institutional control program like Saskatchewan's, where owners could put up money and N.W.T. would assume liability for sites, something that Standing Committee recommended but was ignored. I'm frustrated and disappointed that after 8 years, I've failed to move this government towards any meaningful legislated or policy approach to prevention and better management of contaminated sites. I'll have questions later today. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we commemorate the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Gender Diverse People. My heart and prayer goes out to the families who have lost loved ones. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor to be able to take part in unveiling the monument in front of our Legislative Assembly with you. This monument represents our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, two-spirited LGBTQIA+ people. And I would like to thank the people who participated in this ceremony. President of the Native Women's, Grace Blake, for her opening prayer and her words that she shared. Rassi Nashalik for lighting the Kudlik. Yellowknife's First Nation Dene drummers for their opening prayer song. The Mandevilles for their playing of the Red River Jig. William Greenland for his music with his flute throughout the ceremony and during the feeding of the fire ceremony. Jerry Sharp, the President of Pauktuti Inuit Women of Canada, for her words and her closing prayer. I'd also like to recognize and thank the artist Myrna Pokiak, who designed and constructed with her team the monument. Her design into the monument reflects the Northwest Territories as a whole, and she explained it very well. I thank you for this beautiful piece of art. Kunaini, Myrna. As I mentioned in my comments at the ceremony, since becoming an MLA, I more thoroughly understand the importance of our roles as a legislative assembly and to make and introduce laws and rules that affect people of our territory. Walking past this monument every day will remind us of the work that is done and continues to be done for our Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, but also of the work that still needs to be done to protect them. The work has just begun, Mr. Speaker. It's just begun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my member statements on homelessness in the N.W.T. and water delivery schedules in the communities. Homelessness is a hidden burden in communities in my riding. Communities are most likely residents of, that had fallen on hard times. Inevaluate values, tradition make everyone to take care of one another, to keep each other safe. But it brings a lot of stress on the family and sometimes elder abuse. Today we have three governments in the systems in the N.W.T. the Inevaluate government, the territorial government, and the federal government. Each of these governments play a role to keep the N.W.T. Constituents safe and healthy and a roof over their head. The N.W.T. government is empowered to look after housing and homelessness throughout the N.W.T. The N.W.T. government has a housing and homeless legislation as their power. It means to look after housing and homelessness in the N.W.T. The N.W.T. needs to step up to power to keep the N.W.T. residents in safe and healthy houses. Us as a territory, we need to keep residents in home. I want the N.W.T. government to step up and start taking care of residents who are homeless. And I have two constituents that I know of right now living in tents. Also, Mr. Speaker, water delivery in public housing units across my riding. The concern is rationing of water being delivered to housing units in the households that many tenants run and are well overcrowded. Before the next water delivery, they have no choice but to wait for water delivery on delivery time. And if they want water delivered to the unit, they have to pay for the water to be delivered at their own expense. There's a fee and a water rate, and they have to pay to run out. They have to get a call out, and then they'll have to pay for the water. Some tenants cannot afford to pay these fees, Mr. Speaker. The majority of residents in the N.W.T. live in public housing. These public housing units get their water delivered by trucks in public housing units, as it's like all housing businesses in the N.W.T. In the N.W.T. communities, there become a health and safety concern, because some of the public housing units run out of water before the next water delivery schedule. That means no water to wash themselves when they get up in the morning, no water for breakfast, no water for washing clothes, no water for doing dishes or home cleaning. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable in the N.W.T. right now. It's my recommendation that the Housing review and change their policy and budget to ensure public housing in the N.W.T. receive adequate funding for the LHOs for potable water and daily use. Without water, it becomes a health and safety concern. Let us find the means and address these health issues and safety, provide adequate water in the N.W.T. Housing Association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I previously spoke on the subject of the Alberta oil sands tailings pond spills, perhaps several times in the life of this 19th Assembly. This House has heard of a couple of incidents of tailings ponds breaches. One was 5.3 million litres of industrial wastewater in February 2023, and another one in May 2023. The tailings ponds contain hazardous chemicals used in separating the oil from the sand. Both incidences were not reported to our territorial government, although there is a bilateral agreement with Alberta. I would like to reiterate the current bilateral water management agreement with Alberta is not an effective mechanism to protect our waterways. Now there is a new news article claiming that Imperial Oil and the Alberta regulator knew for years about tailings seepage at the mine. It is reported the Alberta regulator had reports of seepage as early as 2019. Both Imperial Oil and the Alberta regulator knew the Kearl oil sands mine was seeping tailings into the groundwater for a number of years. They decided not to notify the public and tried to manage it internally. Substances found at the tailings ponds include naphthenic acids, dissolved solids, and sulfates. Oil sands tailings are considered toxic to fish and other wildlife. The spokesperson for the Alberta regulator has stated that the agency is committed to strong oversight of the Kearl site. Yet, the tailing seepage continues. The Mikisew Cree First Nation chiefs has stated the regulator did not stop the seepage in 2023, and they didn't acknowledge it since 2019. The chief went on to state, they say they have contained the seepage. They have not. The fact that they did not tell us about the seepage for 9 months is the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Speaker, this issue and actions by regulators, oil companies, and the Alberta government are blasphemous, outlandish, and sickening in that they won't take simple regulatory measures in the face of known human and environmental health problems. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detro. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Toonadewelde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to bring a serious concerns before the House. It has been over 3 months since the Minister of Municipal Community Affairs dissolved the elected Ford Resolution Council and then appointed an administrator to oversee the local government. Mr. Speaker, at this time, MAC Minister said that this appointment was a significant step to the Hamlet Ford Resolution towards having a strong and stable community government. But, Mr. Speaker, isn't it ironic that the Minister's action have done just the opposite? Instead of a stable community government with local leaders chosen by local people, the community has been totally uninformed about this decision and is awash with rumors, instability, and serious concerns about the future. Mr. Speaker, when MAC Minister invoked Section 159, Part 2 of the Hamlet Act on June 5, 2023, the purpose was to appoint an administrator who shall perform the duties of the Council. The Hamlet Act is very specific about the duties of the Council, and core elements of the Council administration is that it is business to be carried out in the public. This is the clear rules about public meetings. For example, Section 25, 27, 28 state that notice to a public must be posted in advance. Agendas must also be posted in advance. Public meetings must be scheduled at least monthly basis. All bylaws must be passed in public meetings. Mr. Speaker, all these public meetings, the residents of Ford Resolution will have the opportunity to be informed about the business of their community. Normally, the meeting would include various reports such as public safety, financial reports, and operational reports. So why have there been no public meetings since Ford Resolution was placed under an administration by the Minister? The statute requires the public meetings and public disclosure of the Hamlet documents, but despite the legislative imperative, Ford Resolution is currently under the shroud of secrecy, with the community unaware of even basic decisions that have been made on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, this must change immediately, and I'm calling on the MAC Minister to direct his administrator to follow the Hamlet Act and initiate a public meeting that the community originally deserves. This is an unacceptable situation and is continuing to hold the Ford Resolution back from the path to full self-government. It is time that the Minister corrects this issue and ensure that all our communities are made to follow the laws of the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Toonadewelde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The abuses and violations committed and condoned by the Government of Canada against Indigenous people, and in particular women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, is genocide. These abuses and violations have resulted in the denial of safety, security, and human dignity for Indigenous people, and are the root causes of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people are forced to confront violence on a daily basis and live in a world where perpetrators act with impunity. The steps to end and redress this genocide must be no less monumental than the combination of systems and actions that has worked to maintain colonial violence for generations. We must address the historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma and social and economic marginalization of Indigenous people. We must break the status quo and stop ignoring the agency and expertise of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people. The calls for justice arise from international and domestic human and Indigenous rights laws, including the Charter, the Constitution, and the Honour of the Crown. As such, Canada has a legal obligation to fully implement these calls for justice and to ensure that Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people live in dignity. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis families can raise their children with the same safety, security, and human rights that non-Indigenous families do. Mr. Speaker, past efforts in this area have been reactive rather than preventative, which is a significant barrier to addressing the root causes of violence. Further, insufficient political will continues to be a roadblock. Proper prioritization and resourcing of solutions by governments must come with real partnerships with Indigenous peoples that support self-determination in a decolonizing way. The calls for justice represent a path forwards towards ending Canada's genocide and to transforming the systemic and societal values that have worked to maintain colonial violence. The calls for justice aren't just about institutions or governments, although they do have foundational obligations to uphold. There is a role for everyone, both in the short and long term. Individuals, institutions, and governments must all play a part. I encourage everyone to read the calls to action and to understand, and most importantly, to act on their roles in them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member Statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree we hoped that progress on land claim and self-government agreements went differently in the life of this Assembly. Even in our own mandate, we weren't all that inspiring, hoping to settle 2 of those agreements. And here we find ourselves 4 years later with 0 agreements concluded and many outstanding implementation agreements in ones that were settled over 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Last time I asked these questions, Mr. Speaker, the Premier said she was hopeful that perhaps in the life of this government, a Norman Wells self-government agreement could be signed and an Acacho AIP agreement was out for consultation and pending any issues, the AIP could be signed. I'm still hopeful. We got a 1-month extension on this Assembly, so perhaps some signatures were reached. I'll have questions for the Premier about whether there has been any progress on outstanding land claims and self-government agreements.
No deferring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member Statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, homelessness prevention is not a passive process. It needs aspiration and it needs action. Today is the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. On this day of action, we're better to start than safe and secure housing. Lack of housing and lack of affordable housing has a cumulative impact on the health and safety of Northerners, especially women, and especially women with children. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited people experience disproportionately higher rates of violence, marital assault, familial violence, and sexual assault. Persistent gaps in living standards between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada, along with disparities in education, transportation, and employment, contribute to high rates of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Across this country, women living off reserve are more likely to live in poverty, even more so than women of visible minorities, women with disabilities, single-parent women, and single senior women. Many women have shared with me that they are one missed paycheck away from homelessness. If housing truly is a human right, and we mean no more stolen sisters, this government needs to actively increase the number of and access to affordable housing, promote strong social networks for women, increase efforts to prevent family violence through healing, recognize and address intersectionality of women experiencing or at high risk of experiencing homelessness, and expand and enhance social support systems. Mr. Speaker, too many N.W.T. residents find that to gain support, they need to fall through the cracks at the right time, to the right depth, and ask the right questions to the right person to access social supports. This year, after a 5-year wait, this government tabled its homelessness strategy. Members on this side of the House demanded accountability and eventually used tabling this strategy as a bargaining chip. The strategy we did get was a framework. It lacked data to inform who is being impacted and in which N.W.T. communities to inform policy and budgetary decisions. It was silent on the funding deficit to maintain a fleet of aging assets and the influx of dollars needed to address housing in core need and lack of housing. Mr. Speaker, we need aspirational goals that address the housing needs specifically of those Northerners experiencing or on the brink of experiencing homelessness, especially our youth who continue to put themselves in vulnerable situations in exchange for a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, if this territory is to reach zero homelessness, bold, aspirational, targeted, funded action specific to those who need it is required, because all of us know someone who depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to attend part of the previous N.W.T. and L.G.A.T. AGM. Part of the agenda was their award ceremony. N.W.T. was pleased to present the first of 2 2022 Community Service Awards. The first award winner was Soham Surhami. They spoke about his commitment, drive, and creative skills that has nurtured the community of Nahanni Butte. Through his administrative efforts and drive, the community has received funding for various projects, some which include housing projects, infrastructure projects, tourism, and marketing projects. All of this has benefited the community of Nahanni Butte. He's also done a commendable job in conducting mental health and youth development programs in the community. Nominated by several members of the Nahanni Butte Council, N.W.T. was pleased to present the Community Service Award to Soham. Mr. Speaker, Alga presented the 2021 and 2022 Managerial Mentor Awards award winner to Soham, the band manager for Nahanni Butte Denny Band. This award was given out by the Band Managers Working Group and encourages professional learning and peer support among First Nation administrators in the Northwest Territories. The award goes to the band manager that has exemplified the spirit of the Band Managers Working Group by offering support and advice to their colleagues in the past year. Mr. Speaker, I realize I'm not going to do justice to Soham's nomination, but I did take a few paragraphs from many of the letters support from him from the community and their leadership. Before Soham took the job, they had 6 band managers over a 4-year span. This resulted in a lot of administrative issues for the community. Thanks to Soham, he managed these issues well, created a proper record management system in both offline and online module, and took care of past due reports for various funding received, even pending reports dated back to 2014. He has provided his administrative, managerial, and reporting skills, and the community is very fond of him. Apart from his regular band manager duties, he also involved in the community's youth training, conducting seminars, and helping our community members in various capacities. His involvement in housing projects, infrastructure projects, tourism, and marketing projects, coordinating with various government departments for funding proposals, approvals, implementation, and team management has been commendable, and the community is very happy to have him. Mr. Speaker, I realize my time. I would like to thank Soham for great work and ask the rest of this statement be deemed as read. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry, thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize a former co-worker of mine, well as a candidate for Great Slave in the upcoming election, and well as president of the YWCA, Ms. Kate Reed. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I brought up homelessness in my writing in the N.W.T. and water delivery and public housing because they both intertwine. The stresses on the family and elder abuse in regards to homelessness and people not having a safe place to live. Mr. Speaker, can the minister provide the House today in my writing how many safe houses that we have and if they're furnished in the communities? Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I don't have the number of safe homes we do have in N.W.T, but housing is available and ready to be working with Indigenous governments and with community membership. If this is something that a project we'd like to work towards, I'm more than open to having those conversations with the community leaders if this is something that they'd want to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in regards to that, I asked this question about, I think it was 2 years ago, in regards to housing numbers. I need a house number, and if it's furnished and they're ready to go in the community for safe housing. I have 2 individuals in say, for instance, Tuktoyaktuk. One's living in a tent and one's living in a shack. I had another one in Paltuk that was living in a trailer. All I need to know is this minister who's in charge of homelessness and housing, do we have units available for the community? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was quickly trying to go through my material here to see if we have any vacancies in N.W.T. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but like I had said before, if the leadership is willing to work with us and if this is a project that they want to work towards, I'm more than open to be working towards addressing homelessness. I've done a similar project throughout the Northwest Territories. We recently worked with Hay River. We worked with Fort Simpson. We have ongoing communication with Inuvik and also with the Gashogotin Housing Society. So this is something that has been addressed throughout the Northwest Territories, but I'm willing to work in partnership. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the homelessness strategy, we were told in this House that they do have units available in the community. And I'd like to make the minister, if she could provide that information to me, not here today, if she could get that information so I could provide it to my leadership and to the people that are homelessness in the communities that I represent. Also, Mr. Speaker, with the water shortage that we have in our communities in public housing, you know as well as I do that we have communities with allocated with their children because we don't have new houses because the CMHC has a certain number of houses in the community. There's how a new house gets built, they take an old one out of the system, so there's no growth. We have a lot of young families, and you know as well as I do, that need a place to live, and we're not going to let them go onto the street, we're going to take them in. So say for instance we have a family with four kids, four children, and they move in with mom and dad, and they're not going to get kicked out. So water delivery is so important. Is there an increase in the community, if it's possible for local LHOs to get an increase for water delivery to daily if there's a certain number of people that's over allocated in the unit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we do have an increase of our housing delivery for the Northwest Territories. And I just have the numbers here. We have 4 units going to be constructed in Paulatuk. We've got 2 that would be constructed in Ulahuktuk. And we've got 4 in Tuk. I don't see anything for Sax Harbor, but I'd have to get back to the member. I'm just trying to look at this very quickly. And also for the increase of water delivery, the client should be able to contact the local housing authority. I know they are budgeted according to what they receive for their utilities and services in each of the communities, and if there's anything that's above and beyond that, that it would be at the charge of the client. But that's a file I can follow up on as well, because I do understand there is overcrowding in each of the communities. There is couch surfing in the communities, so the occupancy of these units might have increased, but I'd have to get that detail from the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final short supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the Minister for that, for the update for the new houses in the communities, but I really urge her and her staff to make sure that we do have units available for homelessness, and we do have extra funding going in for the LHOs, local LHOs, because it's not their fault that they don't have a house and a roof over the head. And under United Nations Act, it's like Mr. O'Reilly told me, it's 12 cups of water for a man and 9 cups for a woman. I don't know what's the difference there, but we have to make this a priority for this government, because the communities are hurting, and the ones that are taking the brunt of it in this situation. It's not a question. It's just I'm urging the Minister to do right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Taken as a comment. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of NTPC commit to have bilateral meetings with the First Nation who has reserve lands right beside the Tolson Dam and come to an agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T departments of both infrastructure and finance are working with interested Indigenous partners to be able to advance the Tolston Hydro Expansion project. We remain open to working on a business partnership with all the N.W.T-based Indigenous groups that have traditional territory in the Tolston watershed. This includes those that are on reserve lands. We'll also consult with Indigenous groups, governments, as the project advances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, despite opposition or doubts from some about the viability of the Tolson Hydro expansion, can the Minister confirm that this project is still a priority for the Government of the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, this project is a priority of this 19th Assembly. We also have federal funding, Mr. Speaker, that's in place to do things like advance the business case, formalize business partners, define a preferred transformation route. Also at the end, to be able to file this regulatory application. Mr. Speaker, I'll say it again, big picture thinking about the future that stabilizes the cost of energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I realize that the end of the 19th Assembly is upon us. So I just want to ask the Minister if she can confirm that this project will continue to be pursued by NTPC and the Government of the Northwest Territories, regardless of the upcoming election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't really speak for the next government. However, the Tolston expansion is funded and continues to be essential to our strategy to stabilize cost of energy, support some community electrification, provide access to clean energy for them. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance and Department of Infrastructure are both working together to ensure that we continue this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide any update on her engagements with the federal government regarding the Tolson expansion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, our department staff are engaged with federal officials in the potential, and all parties recognize the value of building a relationship with Indigenous partners, better defining the project footprint, working towards filing this regulatory application. I also raised the issue with Minister Fraser, who is the Federal Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. I know that we had an introductory meeting in September to have discussion on infrastructure, community and housing. I also know that Minister Wozniak and the Premier has raised the issue of federal participation every opportunity we get to speak with federal ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
I see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to my member's statement on the tailings ponds contamination and seepage and are for the ECC Minister. In light of the recent updated news, can the ECC Minister advise this House and the residents of the waterways what has been done to address the serious issue of water contamination? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The N.W.T understands and shares the concerns that Indigenous governments and all N.W.T residents have for our shared waters. This spill and seepage has been a priority for me and this government. The N.W.T, in collaboration with the Fort Smith Métis Council, Smith Landing First Nation, and the town of Fort Smith, collected weekly water quality samples to track potential impacts on the incident upstream and address human health concerns until early summer 2023, where the regular water sampling schedule resumed. Primary results analysis in June showed that the water in the Slave River are safe for people and animals, with no evidence of chemicals from the seepage and spill and have contaminated the Slave River within the N.W.T. The N.W.T also initiated a formal dispute resolution process under the bilateral agreement, as we are of the view that Alberta was required to notify the N.W.T of the seepage and spill as early as practical and didn't. We continue to work through the dispute resolution process, Mr. Speaker. Since the process was initiated in March, information sharing from the Government of Alberta has significantly improved. Finally, I was successful in asking the Federal Minister to include a representative of the N.W.T and N.W.T Indigenous governments in the joint federal, provincial, territorial Indigenous notification working group. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci to the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, I'm not privy to the workings with another jurisdiction, such as the province of Alberta, to draft up bilateral water management agreements. Can the Minister apprise this House as to the process for reaching an agreement to monitor and receive reports related to the contaminants? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Alberta N.W.T bilateral water management agreement has specific provisions for sharing water monitoring results and reports, and information is regularly shared between our governments. For example, the N.W.T and Alberta co-drafted transboundary agreement and reports using monitoring information from both jurisdictions. There has been some challenges with Alberta sharing information previously, and the transboundary agreement provisions are what allowed the N.W.T to compel Alberta to share information despite the dispute if they don't, and conduct regular agreed upon monitoring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister also. Yeah, well, I think my member's statement has clearly pointed out from all news reports and whatnot that we can't trust the Alberta government to work with our territorial government in providing any notices or advance notices of the contaminants. They clearly don't have any control over what is happening at the tailings ponds at the tar sands mine sites. It's just run amok right now. In light of that, Mr. Speaker, the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation and the Mikisew Cree First Nations of Fort Chippewa, south of us in Alberta, have dealt with this issue since the development of the tar sands mining projects. As the ECC minister and department staff reached out to have a meeting with the two groups to hear their concerns with the tailings ponds. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The N.W.T is aware of the water-related concerns of the Athabasca Chippewa and the Mikisew Cree First Nation and Fort Chip Métis Nation. N.W.T has collaborated with members from these First Nations through the Peace Athabasca Delta Ecological Monitoring Program, as well as the fish monitoring camps and watering sample. The N.W.T regularly communicates with N.W.T Indigenous governments to share information about the transboundary water, including coral spill and seepage, through direct contact as well as through regular dialogue with the Indigenous Steering Committee with the N.W.T Water Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister. I'm just curious to know if the Minister's department has any reports or minutes of meetings that they may have had with the counterparts that I mentioned in Alberta, and if they could share that with the House or with the members. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister, as being part of Cabinet who controls all of government, have they reached out to the Premier of Alberta to strongly urge dialogue to discuss grave concerns regarding the mine's tailing ponds, seepage, and quite possibly breaching the enclosures? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a number of occasions, including when the Minister from Alberta phoned me last night, I expressed to the Alberta Minister of Environment and Protected Areas my strong concerns about the oil sand tailing pond seepage and the potential release of treated oil sands tailing water in the Athabasca River. And Mr. Speaker, the members will be receiving an email that I received from the Minister last night. We looked at it and we're sharing it with our colleagues, and we'll be sharing it with the communities across there. They are taking it seriously. They've heard our concerns. They've heard what we're trying to do, and she was very committed to making sure we get that information to us as soon as she got it. So for that, I thank Minister Schultz for that. I have stated publicly that N.W.T is not supportive of the release of treated tailing waters from the oil sands until we have information, data, and science that demonstrates this can be done safely and will not affect the ecological integrity of our shared waters. In addition of regular dialogue between ministers and senior officials, the N.W.T is using the Alberta N.W.T Bilateral Water Management Agreement and its Bilateral Management Committee as the primary tool to address transboundary concerns related to water management and to protect the interests of the N.W.T residents. And Mr. Speaker, the member talked about reports, and we are working with them getting these reports now. We're just there's one pillar that we're waiting for to get that information, and then we're looking at that. So once we have all that information, we hopefully will be able to share some of it with the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell this House why residents who choose to travel on their own to seek medical attention are unable to seek immediate reimbursement from medical travel, especially when they are diagnosed with an illness that would require medical travel out of their territory? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the member that the way medical travel works is that the patient needs to see a care provider in the Northwest Territories who refers them for services in the South that are not available here. And then in that case, medical travel pays for the travel, the hotel, the ground transportation, and so on. If people go and book travel on their own to see their own practitioners, the expense is theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need more program and services in small communities. Indeed, the healthcare systems needs to be improved, especially in small communities. If it was okay, then all these things would not be necessary. Can the Minister explain if any review of the medical travel policy is underway to allow for more flexibility in these circumstances for the residents of the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're always interested in hearing about people's experience with medical travel in an effort to improve it. We have done reviews of different aspects of the medical travel policy while I have been the minister. And at this point, our primary focus is negotiating with Canada to sign a new NIHB agreement, which includes the compensation for medical travel, to include a wider range of escorts. We hear many complaints about the lack of escorts, and we would like to improve that, but we need the funding from Canada to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are losing services in our communities, and when we go to regional centers to access treatment, our residents are being turned away and denied access to care. What is being done to ensure there are no systemic barriers to accessing programs and services? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for that question. No one who turns up at the emergency department in Yellowknife is denied treatment, and people from anywhere in the Northwest Territories are welcome to make appointments in Yellowknife when they think they're going to be here. So I'm not really clear what the barriers are that the member is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Mumfree.
I don't want to get into it, but I will do it later, okay? Will the Minister of Health commit to a medical policy review to ensure that residents who access care outside of the N.W.T, especially in urgent situations that require hospitalizations or treatments that are unavailable in the N.W.T, can qualify for medical travel? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my time as Health Minister is drawing to a close, so I'm unable to commit to any further examinations of the medical travel policy, but I encourage the next Assembly to continue its focus on improving those services. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tunaday-Welleday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of MACA. Can the Minister provide a reason why the Act hasn't been followed by his appointed administrator and forward resolution with respect to public meetings and community engagement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunaday-Welleday. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we did put a minister in there, I did contact the MLA and explained that we would be doing this. Mr. Speaker, the first thing that the administrator had to do was find out about the deficit. Right now we're at $2.5 million and we're still looking into the situation. So that there is part of the situation. The other part of the situation is this past summer we've had, fires, evacuations, the South Slave staff has been pretty busy dealing with that, but we now have them back in and we'll be working with them on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Will the Minister direct his administrator to follow the Act and to ensure meetings are in the public and public documents are being disclosed to residents, and to work with Chief Louis Balsley, DKFN, and President Arthur Beck, Ford Resolution Métis Council? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now we're still doing the investigation on the financial stability of this hamlet. Like I said, $2.5 million right now, and we're still looking into things. What I can do is I can make a commitment is that once we're able to, we will get our staff in there to have the public meeting to meet with the residents there. So we will make that commitment moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Tunde Welde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister also update this House on the status report on the issue of that led the Ford Resolution being placed under administration by the Minister? And when will the Hamlet Ford Resolution return to the local government by local leaders? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to the member. I may have missed this first part of the question, but I believe what he's talking about is asking when will we get the Hamlet back up to be an elected council. As soon as we can address this deficits as we move forward, get the governance and everything in there. We want to be able to have an elected council that is actually on a clean slate. So once that is done and we're able to do that, we will make sure we have an elected council representing the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Tunde Welde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Ford Resolution, we have a very high young population, and we also have a beautiful arena that hasn't been open for years. The N.W.T. MACA spent a lot of money in the late 80s to tear down the Pine Point Arena and to relocate it to the community of Ford Resolution, and only to shut the doors to the young population years down the road. Mr. Speaker, right now, the Hamlet and Ford Resolution are storing heavy equipment in the arena, and that may be hazardous and also a liability to the Hamlet and Ford Resolution. Can the Minister commit to look at, I know that you mentioned that there is a deficit, but at the same time, like I said, we have a high population, but we really need help in that community to keep the kids busy and that kind of thing. So can the Minister commit to also to hire maybe a recreation coordinator and to open the arena in Ford Resolution to the public maybe in November, December 2023 to keep the young population busy to minor hockey, recreation hockey, broom ball, public skating, and to be used by the local schools in Ford Resolution? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now we're just trying to provide the basic services for the residents of that community. As the member said, that the arena was closed for a long period of time. To get it up and operational, there's some work that has to be done. We will work with the administrator to see if we can get the money and funds to have a position in there. We used to, but the biggest challenge right now we're also facing is the ability to find people to work. That's one of the challenges that we're facing. I've got numerous phone calls about water delivery and stuff like that. So, and I'm pretty sure the members received those phone calls as well. So we will look at this. We will have those conversations with the administrator as well as with the regional staff working with the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ECC to come into this House today and bring with them their compassion empathy, and a commitment for financial support for businesses and individuals impacted by the wildfire. I guess the answers to my questions, which will be asked, will determine if they did. So, Mr. Speaker, has the Minister of Finance given any consideration for additional financial support for those that fled the fires and received no financial support for rooms and meals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members on this side, including myself, have received no shortage of information, contacts, and stories of folks who have gone through all sorts and manner of difficult times in the last while. It is not for any lack of compassion or empathy that the circumstances and the supports that we have in place are what they are. There were supports put in place for rooms and for meals. I realize some people may have not been able to access them immediately or may have chosen not to for a variety of reasons, but again, certainly it's not for lack of there being an availability. It's recognizing, however, that of course, as we've done throughout all of the emergencies we've had through this Assembly, that we can try to find ways to better serve residents and to better address the needs as we understand them and as they might evolve. But we certainly are turning our minds to that and continue to turn our minds to that. I'm not going to be announcing a new program here on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, but trying certainly to look at what collective of people were not or may not be able to access the supports that have been in place. That certainly is an ongoing consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm if there has been any consideration for increased business financial support for the communities of Hay River, Catlodeche, and Enterprise based on the devastation over the past 16 months on those communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, although the immediate SEED directive around wildfires was created or established still in the midst of the emergency, in the midst of evacuation, we did quite quickly start to look at what other options there would be available, and I can say that I do expect in the coming really short days that we'll be able to be signaling some enhancements and increases to the existing programs, and that would indeed take into consideration all of the affected communities, but in particular looking at those that were affected by the most lengthy periods of evacuation over this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that, and I think the residents and businesses of Hay River will be as well. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister tell me if the criteria for financial business support will be flexible? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we establish programs or modify programs with speed, it is most easy to do that within the context of programs we have, which is why we've done the wildfire within the existing state policy, which does have some parameters to it. That said, as well as looking at increases and modifications based on the impacts to different communities, I would say that yes, we are also looking at whether there's some additional flexibility that we could have in terms of what is covered, as well as some additional flexibility in terms of the periods to be covered, again, taking into consideration the uniqueness of this last summer and its impacts on businesses across the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to, with those answers, and I think the Minister, heard the pleas, I guess, from people in the South Slave that have been really devastated over the last while. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm if she and her department continue to pursue additional financial support from the federal government for businesses and individuals impacted by disasters in the South Slave? Because we need their support as well. We can't do it on our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Short answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. I certainly am. I'm certainly not alone in that. I know my colleagues, certainly led from the Premier's office to the highest levels of the federal government, are actively putting forward the circumstances that we face here in the Northwest Territories, not only for the costs to government, but then to the costs to residents, and obviously providing us that flexibility to respond. But also, yes, ITI is also directly reaching out to our counterparts. And Mr. Speaker, knowing that the tourism sector as well is one that has been particularly impacted. I'd note some of the examples given earlier during the member's statement highlighted areas that were in fact tourism businesses. This is a sector that's been particularly affected over the last few years, and I will be attending one last minister meeting with the hope that we can bring some attention to this area that has been affected so much by the wildfires. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change on the environmental guideline for contaminated site remediation. I mentioned in my statement that there is no specific legislative authority cited in the document. The most logical would be the Environmental Protection Act. But can the Minister tell us whether this guideline is intended to be legally binding and enforceable? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the guidelines has existed in the N.W.T since 2003 and is now being updated. The guidelines is one of the many tools under the Environmental Protection Act that is administered by ECC. The guideline describes the general contaminant sites remediation process. Although not legally binding, it sets soil, surface water, and groundwater qualities standards for the site remediation to active compliance with the Environmental Protection Act. Most of the contaminant sites that the guidelines apply to occur on private lands within communities. In these cases, environment climate change officers can direct or order remediation of contaminated sites to the standards specified in the guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. It might be helpful to actually amend the document to cite the Environmental Protection Act. But I also wonder whether this guideline will apply to privately owned lands where a contaminated site might be located, even if the contamination has not escaped the site. So can the Minister tell us whether this guideline will apply to privately owned lands and how? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Environmental Protection Act and this guideline applies to the whole of the Northwest Territories, including privately owned land. Environment and climate change officers, under the authority of the Environment Protection Act, can direct or order the remediation of contaminated sites, even if the contaminants had not escaped the site. The land use permits and water licenses issued under authority of the Water Act or the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act boards can choose to apply the guidelines or select their own standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, because I know one site in Yellowknife I'm going to direct his way probably right at the end of this day. In my statement, though, I also said that the only mention of the public in this document is as a recipient of some sort of vague notice that a site is found to be contaminated. There's no role for the public in the remediation process, nothing about whether any of the information or decisions are public. So can the Minister explain this failure to include any role for the public in the remediation process as set out in the document? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned previously, or mentioned before, most of the contaminant sites that this guidelines apply to occur on private lands within the communities. The site remediation process is primarily between the owners of the residence or business and the environmental climate change officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Sometimes neighbors want to know what's happening next door, and this doesn't provide any mechanism for that to happen. But the site closure section of this document is particularly troubling. It would enable N.W.T to accept contaminated sites where there could be residual environmental liabilities without any financial security, and could allow N.W.T to accept sites requiring perpetual care at taxpayers' expense. So can the Minister explain why this guideline would allow N.W.T to accept financial liabilities and perpetual care at public cost without any public disclosure? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned earlier, this guideline does not apply to sites that have land use permits and/or water license. The guideline does not allow the G.N.W.T. to accept financial liability or perpetual care at the G.N.W.T. cost. Under Environment Protection Act, the parties responsible for the contamination is responsible for the cleaning it up. If the responsible party is unable to address the contamination and is deemed an environmental emergency, the Act gives the Environment and Climate Change the authority to undertake the work required and then recover the cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, when I asked the Premier some questions about progress on land claims in the spring, there was some perhaps minor optimism that she would sign a document in the life of this government. I'm just hoping the Premier can update this House whether there will be any signatures in the life of our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the MLA is hopeful. I'm hopeful we've got an extra month, but I'll see, if not in this government, early in the next government. We have a couple that are on the really close. One final self-government agreement is out for Section 35 consultation, Norman Wells agreement. Pending the outcome of that consultation, it could move to the ratification process. Hopeful that'll be probably the soonest one. One reconciliation progress agreement is out for Section 35 consultation, the Acknowledgements First Nation. Pending the outcome of that consultation, it could move to the final agreement negotiation stage. And two final transboundary land and resource agreements are on the verge of starting the ratification processes. The Athabasca Denisuluni and the Gotene Kotene Dene. Pending the outcome of the ratification, these deals could be finalized. So we're hopeful, Mr. Speaker. But it's not really good to count on hope. If not by the end of this government, then my projection would be really early in the next government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's a slightly different list than I heard before. That we had Norman Wells self-government, we had the two transboundary, I was aware of those. There was the KFN reconciliation agreement there, and hopefully leading to a treaty land entitlement. I understand that is largely federal negotiations. But there was no mention of the Acacho AIP, which last time I asked this question was out for consultation. Does the Premier have an update on whether the Acacho agreement in principle is still on track? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say it's still on track. We had agreed on a draft agreement in principle in the fall of 2020. We thought it was going to go out to consultation. The Acacho has asked to hold off a minute or a while on that one. They want to do some internal review of that as well. So one step forward, one step backwards. That's the way of negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't usually ask open-ended questions because, you know, but it's the end of the Assembly, and I'm just wondering if the Premier has any sort of reflection or a lessons learned, or perhaps that is something the negotiators are doing about, you know, how we could perhaps speed up some of our negotiations. We have over 17 tables, and, you know, to get nothing signed in 4 years, it is, I think, a disappointment. Is there any sort of reflecting occurring either by the Premier or within the department to look how we could speed some of these tables up? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love open-ended questions. I can just answer them wherever I want. The reality is that, Mr. Speaker, if I was to reflect back, there's advice to the next government would be always be flexible, always be open-minded, truly hear what people are saying, not just what they speak, but what they mean by that. Negotiations take decades is something I've realized. So, you know, I'd like to take credit for all the work. I'd like to be envious a little bit of the next government being able to sign some of these really early on. But the reality is they take decades. There's three parties that have to come to agreements.
I think the biggest thing that I reflect on in this government's work, though, Mr. Speaker, is that we listened. When I first got elected and as Premier and took on the file, I talked to the Indigenous governments. They said there was two things that were really, and MLAs, that were really obstacles. One was the core principles and objectives. Many of the Indigenous governments had problems with that. Standards that the N.W.T, in fairness, couldn't even meet ourselves. After many discussions with our own departments, we took that off. And so that will forward negotiations. And the biggest thing, members at the beginning asked me, what is the negotiating mandate? Not realizing that it's not one mandate just to get them settled. It's negotiating mandates. Every area has a mandate. So I think I was challenged, correct me if I'm wrong, but by members in the House to publicize them. So again, I took it to the department and asked them and reflected on it, and after many, many discussions, we published them. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We never heard a lot of flack from the Indigenous governments. I think that by publishing the core mandates of the negotiating process and taking off standards that no one else could expect to meet will serve us well going forward in all future land claim and self-government agreements. That's my reflection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are in regards to the homelessness strategy, Away Home. The homelessness strategy was tabled earlier this year, and my first question that I'd like to gain some perspective on is who is ultimately responsible for homelessness and the homelessness strategy within our government? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a couple of questions. Who's responsible for homelessness and who's responsible for the strategy within our government? Many factors impact homelessness, Mr. Speaker. I think all of society has to look at that and how we treat people, how we give opportunities to people, because I think we all have a role in that to look at. I think that government departments, each department, we have a minister responsible for housing. She's responsible to make sure that we have houses on the ground. But we have a justice minister here, we have an education minister, we have a health minister, we have an ITI. We have all ministers have to take ownership and look at what they can do within their departments to address housing and homelessness specifically. As for the homelessness strategy, Mr. Speaker, the MLA is right. We waited 5 years for that strategy, and there was no way I was going to leave this government without one. It's where my passion, my heart is as well. So the homelessness strategy has now been taken in under the Premier's portfolio under Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the intent is for this strategy, in the life of this strategy as it works through all of the deliverables, will remain with the Premier's office, or if the intent is to eventually shift it to housing or into department land, or is that going to be seen moving forward as almost like a new unit that then lives within EIA? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't really speak for the next government or governments to come. The Premier does have the option to be able to shuffle departments, move ministers as appropriate, consolidate as we did, or make departments bigger. That's always under the preview of the Premier. However, I did my best, Mr. Speaker, to try to make it sustainable within the Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and that's why, purposely, I brought the homelessness strategy under the Premier's portfolio in this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot in here and a lot of really important work in here, but a lot of it, before we end up with houses on the ground and before we end up with things like integrated service delivery, a lot of it is things that need to happen within the back end of department land. And so it's really important that we see this work get done and get done on time. And so I'm wondering if the Premier can speak to, since it was tabled, since this strategy was tabled, what has been accomplished within the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister response, Madam Premier.
for the homelessness strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the commitments for by the end of this government would be that the integrated case management workers would be housed within the Executive and Indigenous Affairs. We were working on the job descriptions, the evaluations, etc. just before the evacuation happened. I believe that process, if it's not finished already, will be close to, and I'll make a point of making sure that it's done before I leave. And so before the end of this government, the job descriptions, the people will be hired. That integrated case management team will be located in the Executive Indigenous Affairs, and we will begin to make those connections with all of the agencies, because it can't be done alone by the N.W.T. It has to be done in consultation, side by side, with the agencies addressing homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Premier can next speak to what in the next 6 months we can expect to see to come from this government. My biggest concern is that a lot of the things that we see happening are going to be internal, and we really need action on the ground so that the people of the Northwest Territories feel it, and at the end of the day, we reach zero homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What can be addressed and what's going to happen in the next 6 months, I can't speak to that, Mr. Speaker, because there will be an election within the next 6 months. So what I can speak to is by the end of this government, we shall have that team organized and put into the Executive Indigenous Affairs. Mr. Speaker, though, this cannot, this issue is huge and it needs to be addressed. The reason that we did the homelessness strategy, the reason that we pulled it into the executive, is because it's been off the side of the table for departments for many, many decades, and we've realized that that is not okay. So personally, I'm going to do my piece to make sure that this gets integrated into the executive to be as strong as it can. I need MLAs in the next assembly and residents. I will be part of that chain banging the drum. We need to make sure that homelessness is a priority, that homelessness stays a priority, and that the integrated services, not just the people, but departments working together, continue so that we can address homelessness, so that people have the basic standard, a home to live in. If you don't have a place to live, Mr. Speaker, food, clothing, and shelter, lots of research says you won't prosper. So my hope is that the MLAs sitting across the table, those that get re-elected, will continue to make this a priority and will continue to push government, because even if you are or not, I will be doing that as a resident of the N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a comment. I know that the minister is going to be retiring and not returning in fall, but the question that I asked, it needed to be asked. The assembly may be ending, but the work is not ending. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumphrey. Taken as a comment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns. Oh, sorry. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to return to recognition of visitors in the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. The member seeking unanimous consent to return to item 5. Are there any nays? Member for Great Slave.
Mr. Speaker, I hope she's still here because I do really struggle sitting where I sit. Yep, okay, excellent. I'd like to recognize my constituent, Kate Reed. Kate is the president of the YWCA, and I'm super excited for the opening of their family center. Welcome, Kate.
Welcome. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we've missed anyone in the gallery, I'd like to welcome you to the chamber, and I hope you're enjoying our session today. Thank you. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Special Committee on Transition Matters is pleased to provide its report on transition matters titled Moving Forward, recommendations for the incoming 20th Assembly, and commends it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that the committee report 76-19(2) be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that committee report 76-19(2) titled Moving Forward, recommendations for the incoming 20th Assembly report of the Special Committee on Transition Matters be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and referred to Committee of the Whole. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, Reclaiming the Capable Person. We are all capable persons and we have community, a strategic framework for addressing family violence in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Member for Kamlik.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table 3 letters. The first is from the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, the second from the British Columbia Dental Hygienists Association, and the third is from the Ontario Dental Hygienists Association. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamlik. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I give notice that on Friday, October 6, 2023, we'll move the following motion. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner received a written complaint and carried out an investigation pursuant to Section 100(2) of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, and whereas the Integrity Commissioner submitted an investigation report dated October 3, 2023, to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly into the conduct of Ms. Katrina Knockleby, MLA Great Slave, by returning to and remaining in Yellowknife after it was ordered to be evacuated in August 2023. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner has concluded that the MLA for Great Slave violated Section 2 of the Members' Code of Conduct, and whereas based on that conclusion, Section 102(c) of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act provides that the Integrity Commissioner may recommend to the Legislative Assembly one or more punishments in accordance with Section 106. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner, pursuant to Section 106(1)(a) of the Act, had recommended the Legislative Assembly A. reprimand Ms. Knockleby, and B. fine Ms. Knockleby $7,500 to be reduced by the $3,500 contribution she has made to charity for a net amount of $4,000. And now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner be accepted and that this Assembly reprimand the member for Great Slave and impose a fine of $7,500 to be reduced by $3,500 for charitable contributions made for a net amount of $4,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, October 6, 2023, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that this Legislative Assembly requests the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories to dissolve the 19th Assembly of the Northwest Territories on October 15, 2023, to permit polling day for a general election to be held on November the 14th, 2023, and further that the Speaker transmit this resolution to the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 65, 75, 80, 84, and 85. Committee Report 52, 53, 55, and 74-19 brackets 2. Minister's Statement 264-19 brackets 2. Table Document 681-19 brackets 2. Table Document 973 and 974-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House as member for N.W.T. and Lake Senator.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to deal with Committee Report 55-19 brackets 2 and Bill 85. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wish to deal with Bill 65 and Bill 84 as well. Thank you.
Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a short recess and resume with the first item. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, I call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider... Oh, just 1 second. The committee report. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 55-19, brackets 2, Report on Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. I will go to the Chair on Standing Committee of Government Operations for any opening comments. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The Standing Committee held public hearings in Fort Simpson, Fort Smith, Yellowknife, Tuktoyaktuk, Nunavik, and Delaney. Due to forest fires, committee was unable to travel to Hay River, but held a virtual meeting with the Métis Local 51 as requested. Committee held a public meeting with the Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs and completed its clause-by-clause review on the bill on September 20th, 2023. Committee received 4 written submissions on this bill. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I will now open the floor to general comments on the committee report 55-19 brackets 2, report on Bill 85, United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Do any members have general comments? Seeing none, may we proceed to the motions? Sorry. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories, in collaboration and cooperation with Indigenous governments or organizations, develop and release a clear statement on how it interprets and intends to apply free, prior, and informed consent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories, in collaboration and cooperation with Indigenous governments or organizations, include in the action plan developed under Section 9 of Bill 85 specific measures to confirm rights, devolve jurisdiction, build institutional capacity, strengthen fiscal autonomy, set service standards, and facilitate nation-to-nation relationships, among others. This work should refer to the written submission of the First Nations Financial Management Board to committee's review of Bill 85. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories should set up a funding framework to support Indigenous governments or organizations' capacity to engage with work to implement the declaration going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit surprised we're just rushing through this because I think there's some pretty significant public policy issues here. And this recommendation I certainly support because I think there's going to be a lot of work necessary to come up with an action plan to revise policy legislation of this government. And that does require resourcing of some of the Indigenous governments to participate in that process. And then, we get to the stage of actually, this won't happen in this assembly, but in the next assembly and the assembly after that, individual pieces of legislation are going to have to be reviewed. Policies are going to have to be reviewed. Indigenous governments, not all of them have the capacity to do a lot of that work at probably the pace that some others would like. So I do support this recommendation, and I guess I also have to express some concern that not all the Indigenous governments were part of the Memorandum of Understanding or the working group in developing this legislation. I don't, I think Cabinet probably tried to engage everybody, but not everybody maybe wanted to or had the capacity to, or thought that this was the best use of their resources for whatever reason. But, as I understand it, at least a couple of very significant regional Indigenous governments, the Quechua and the Dehcho, were not engaged, not involved in this work to develop the bill. But maybe if there's sufficient resources made available, maybe they would have the ability to participate in the future in the implementation. So I do support this recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories, in consultation with the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight and Indigenous governments or organizations, set up a mechanism that ensures regular members can access timely, comprehensive, and detailed information about the Action Plan Committee's work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. I can certainly support this. I am concerned about the level of engagement there was with regular MLAs in the development of the bill. Unfortunately, it all happened behind closed doors, so I can't say much, but it certainly didn't meet my expectation. And the bill, I don't think, really reflected, in my opinion, the legislative proposal, which I can't speak to either, was at such a high, vague level that the bill, I guess, didn't really, the bill had a lot more in it than I think I had expected as a result of the legislative proposal, and there's a number of issues that I'm sure we're going to discuss further when we get to the actual, the bill itself. But we do have process conventions in place now that allow for information sharing on a confidential basis, and I guess there's been a number of cases in this assembly where that hasn't happened, and I continue to highlight those. But moving forward, Cabinet's got to find a better way to do this, especially with this bill, because this bill can and probably should change the way we do our business. It will. It'll affect the legislative agenda for the next assembly and the one after that. It'll affect the policy work, the kinds of things that committees are asked to do. A big part of it is going to be related to the implementation of this declaration. And the regular MLAs can and need to be part of that process. Relying on Cabinet to get information secondhand, in my experience in the last assembly, in this assembly, just doesn't work. Doesn't work. And great if some effort can be put into some kind of a mechanism to share timely, comprehensive, and detailed information on the Action Plan Committee's work, but I don't really, I just haven't seen that implemented even in the development of this bill itself. And I'm going to speak to that when we get to the bill itself, and at least one other recommendation here. So I can support this, but I think there's a better fix for this, and I'm going to be raising that when we get to the bill itself. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstaining? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories should, without delay, make all authorizations provided to a minister to negotiate or enter into a shared decision-making agreement under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act publicly available by publishing it on a government-maintained website. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So this is an interesting feature of this bill, is that the Cabinet will authorize individual ministers to go off and negotiate something called shared decision-making agreements with Indigenous governments. It's also part of BC's legislation to implement the declaration. I think that's a good thing, and I support it in principle. But I do think that Cabinet dropped the ball in terms of not adopting the approach that BC has of actually making that delegation of authority, or at least not providing notice to the public that that's going to happen. What has been added to the bill as a result of the committee review is that, the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, basically, and its successors, which is basically the regular MLAs, will get that notice, but it's not a public document. The Cabinet, in putting this bill together, completely forgot about the public. And I'm going to talk more about that in my general remarks on the bill itself. But so this notice is going to go to the regular MLAs through the Standing Committee, but it's not going to be made public. I don't think that's good enough, and I think we need to do a lot more work around public education and how this is going to work. Some of that's just going to roll out as we get into this process, but Cabinet just didn't do a very good job in terms of the public interest, public participation in its own open government policy in preparing this bill. And I'm going to continue to shine a light on that. So great that these agreements are going to be shared publicly after the fact, but I don't think that that's good enough. I think that they should actually be shared publicly before they're finalized, so that the public can see what the government's doing. That's what open, transparent, and accountable government's all about. And Cabinet just doesn't seem to want to go there, so I'm quite disappointed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories provide notice and seek comments from the Standing Committee of Accountability and Oversight before entering into a shared decision-making agreement under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the reason why this recommendation is here is that committee tried to get this included in the bill at the clause-by-clause review, and the minister would not concur. So the fallback position for committee is to try to bring it forward as a recommendation, and I guess at the appropriate time when we're in the bill itself, I'll move a motion to try to get it in. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories, in its capacity as a member of the Action Plan Committee, advocate for the Action Plan Committee to choose an independent person or entity to lead the 5-year review of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstention? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories consult the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight when developing guidelines for the statements of consistency required under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I can't let this one go without raising some concerns and issues that I think are well reflected in the report itself. But I like this idea of a statement of consistency for government bills. I think government has the resources and they can and should be doing this. The difficulty is that the way the bill was drafted is that that requirement for a statement of consistency was also imposed on private members' bills without any discussion, consultation with this side of the House. And I'll confirm this when the minister's up in the witness chair when we get to it, but just no thought whatsoever. Didn't even tell us. That's just not how this place is supposed to work. I guess we did get some advice about this, that this might not be, or that it would not be, I can't really talk much about it, but we do have certain privileges in this House, and one of them is the ability to bring forward private members' bills. In my experience in 8 years, it's very daunting for an individual MLA to bring forward a private member's bill. The cards are stacked against you right from the very start. In terms of, yeah, we can access the assistance from a law clerk, but we don't have departments, we don't have resources at our disposal to go out and do consultations on bills, discussion papers, what we heard reports. Private members don't have any of those kinds of resources. So now adding on a requirement for, and that's just the start of it. You know, and if Cabinet doesn't support your private member's bill, quite frankly, it's a very, very difficult task to try to get it through this House. I want to hats off to my colleague from Yellowknife North who managed to get a private member's bill through amending the Ombud Act with the support of regular MLAs, even though Cabinet wouldn't support it. But the cards are stacked against you right from the beginning as a regular member on private members' bills. We don't even have proper procedures for standing committees to review them. It's very difficult. I just, you know, and having tried it a few times, it's a monument. And you really have to have a lot of discipline and gumption to actually get up and try to do it. But sometimes that's the only way change actually ever happens. This bill is going to impose one more barrier. Now, regular members are going to have to do a statement of consistency, work with the law clerk, and I think that statement of consistency, when it comes to at least one of the items in the declaration, FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, how can regular MLAs honestly say that they have done consultation with Indigenous governments about FPIC for their bills coming forward? It's just an impossible barrier to get over. Absolutely impossible. But Cabinet just threw it in the bill. Didn't even bother to ask us. I'm really upset about this. That's not to say I don't support this, but we don't have the resources to do this kind of work. But just thrown in by Cabinet, didn't bother to talk to us. One more hurdle for private members' bills. I think I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstention? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of committee report 55-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of committee report 55-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Government Operations, report on Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. I will ask the Premier, the Minister responsible for the Executive and Indigenous Affairs, to introduce the bill. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to introduce Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. This bill represents an important step forward in advancing one of the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly, tabled in October 2019, which directed this government to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The drafting of this legislation has been done with Indigenous governments in a way that respects their diverse needs and priorities. This is consistent with the requirements on the N.W.T. set out in the United Nations Declaration when undertaking implementation. The collaborative development of the legislation, as well as the requirement in Bill 85 to collaboratively develop an action plan, is just a first step. This legislation will be yet another tool we have to formalize an ongoing relationship between the governments of the Northwest Territories and Indigenous governments to support the long-term work of implementing the United Nations Declaration in the Northwest Territories. This government has taken significant steps forward to be inclusive. Among them are co-development of legislation through the Intergovernmental Council, and the inception of the Northwest Territories Council leaders have not only been resounding successes here, but are also being watched by other provinces and territories who are keen to learn from our progress and adapt our lessons into their own systems. Within this context, our consensus system includes distinct roles for regular MLAs and for the executive. Among them, the executive works directly with Indigenous or other governments to advance shared priorities, while regular MLAs have the power and responsibility to debate, amend, and pass laws. Both functions are necessary to a healthy public government, and it is crucially important that the separation of these branches, consistent across all public governments in Canada, is respected in the way we implement the United Nations Declaration in the Northwest Territories. I want to thank the Standing Committee on Government Operations for the opportunity to review the bill in detail on September 20th. It was helpful to provide some insight on the bill and receive clarity on the proposed amendments. Madam Chair, we have much work ahead of us. We've gotten this far by working together, and will continue to do so as we advance the goal we have set for ourselves to implement the United Nations Declaration in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Madam Premier, would you introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right, I have Mr. Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. On my left is Anne-Marie Goudon, the Manager of Indigenous Affairs. And in back on the right behind me, is Christina Duffy, who's the Legislative Drafter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you and welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Government Operations, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 85. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just will make some general comments on my thoughts. I think we as the government are in a pretty good place in implementing UNDRIP. We have a bill here before us today, which is, essentially identical to the ones passed by the federal government and British Columbia with a few minor tweaks. There was a bit of a debate whether we should have done this earlier in the Assembly, or a bit of a debate whether we should not have done it at all. I think, getting it done within the life of this Assembly, considering it's a bill that, the reality is that it doesn't really accomplish anything. It's a plan to create a plan. The real details are in the government's action plan that is to come. But I want to commend the government and the Premier for all of the work on getting agreement with Indigenous governments. Even after, the MOU was signed and the bill was tabled, I note that the Premier went out and her staff went out, and Salt River and IRC have now signed on to the MOU. So, there's still hope that we could eventually get everyone to the table, which is really what the goal of, I think, this government has been, and the Premier's goal has been with the Council of Leaders and other similar bodies. I look forward to following the work of the Action Plan Committee and seeing, what we really can do. We've now seen a federal version of the Action Plan. We've seen what BC has done. We've seen some of their failings, and I think there's an opportunity for us to go well beyond what they're doing, get it right, and be true leaders in implementing UNDRIP. I would like to thank everyone for their work in committee, thank all of the communities we visited, and all of the people who provided submissions. This work is just getting started. It will take many more years to come, but I do think it is a moment to be proud of, and I am happy that, despite perhaps some hesitancy, we got it done in the life of this Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 85. Are there any general comments? Member for Hay River South.
Merci, Madam Chair. I think I want to express a few concerns that I have with this bill. I know at the outset when UNDRIP was being discussed for quite some time, even in 2019, I think there was high hopes that it would be implemented by all levels of government across the country, which would give a lot of autonomy to Indigenous governments. That's what I saw then. But then being in this government, or not the government, I should clarify that, but seeing the actions of this government and how they deal with First Nations governments in the Northwest Territories, I sense that there's lots of disrespect when dealing with First Nations that haven't settled their self-government agreements. And what I see happening leading up to this was, I think it was the year 2014, the devolution agreement and the creation of the Intergovernmental Council. When the creation was there, What was dangled in front of everybody was money. I mean, large chunks of cash. Some were getting, you know, $200,000-$300,000. And they all signed on the dotted line. The unity that the Dene people had, Indigenous organizations had, was broken at that point. It was all because of money. Prior to that, all First Nations within the territories were unified as one nation. And that was witnessed through the birth of the Indian Brotherhood of the Northwest Territories, which brought all First Nations groups together. And that included the Métis. It went on to create the Dene Nation. Because of some dispute and some wanting to settle their claims, the comprehensive claims agreements, there was splintered groups and everybody went on their own. But I wanted to express that the DFN, the Dehcho First Nations, is not at the IGC table. They're still currently in negotiations, which have been stalled for quite some time. And they are working on their own lands and resources, and that's the big sticking points in any negotiations. The Dene Nation, in the summer of 22, at the YELLOWKNIFE site, voted down the UNDRIP because they needed more clarity. And a lot of it was a stickler with Article 46. I can't explain that Article 46 very well. I think I would need a lawyer to really decipher and disseminate all that for me. I think I've asked the Premier's office too, but I wasn't getting any answers there. You know, I'm just wondering what the rush is to implement this when all First Nations are not on board. There was no, you know, going out to the communities to talk to all First Nations, even at the assemblies, which is the important part where the Premier and her party should have been at the assemblies. They were never there. Never, not at any of these assemblies. That's, you know, a shame that that didn't come to fruition. When you're going to bring about something that's highly important, do you figure it's highly important for the First Nations? You're controlling them. You should have been there. You weren't at that Dene Nation meeting. And I'm just wondering, you know, you always operate on critical mass. It's majority votes that you get. That's all you operate on. And I'm not even sure if we even looked at what are the ramifications to the N.W.T, the legislation and financial resources. There's concerns there. You know, it's good to move on this, all right, but you know, there wasn't a lot of informed and meaningful dialogue, meaningful consultation. I think there's federal legislation in that regard. There was nothing of that happening. And I don't want it just to see it as a Premier leaving a legacy for herself, saying, well, we've introduced UNDRIP. That's what I did. You know, that's all. That's what it's about. Because the whole thing wasn't fleshed out with all groups, all Indigenous groups. We're leaving out the DFN and the Acacho. And the Premier knows since I started my concerns with that, with this whole IGC versus the DFN. They make the Decho First Nations look like the bad person, the bad group, when in fact they're not. They're strongly stating they are on unceded, unsurrendered territory and will not give up their treaty rights. And after consultation with the Decho First Nations Grand Chief, I'll be voting to abstain on this motion. Merci.
Thank you, member. Are there any other general comments? Seeing none, can we proceed? Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I've spent most of my adult life here in the Northwest Territories actually supporting and advocating for Indigenous rights. I came up here in 1985 to work at the Dene Nation. It's kind of ironic. I'm at the point now, we've got this bill in front of us to try to implement Indigenous rights, and I've got very serious concerns with it. I'm finding this very difficult. And I think part of it is the way the bill was drafted and put together, but when I look at this bill, part of the problem is that people conflate us MLAs as part of the government of the Northwest Territories. The other side of the House is part of the government of the Northwest Territories. That's the executive branch. But there's very little appreciation or understanding of what the legislative branch is all about and what the role is of regular MLAs. Part of our job, and most of our job, is to actually hold Cabinet to account for what they promise, for what they say. Maybe once in a while we get some input into what they develop and bring forward. And that's the way consensus government is supposed to work. But I think it's going to be increasingly hard for regular MLAs to do their jobs if the bill's passed in its current form. And the reason why I say that is because this bill will as I said earlier, is going to significantly change the way the House business is, the legislative agenda, the work of committees. It's all going to change. And it's going to change, it could change quite dramatically, and it probably should. But the regular MLAs are going to be kind of kept in the dark about a lot of this, the way the bill has been put together. So, that's, I guess, one of my biggest fears here is the only role that I can see for regular MLAs in this bill, other than our ordinary roles as, making member statements, asking questions in the House. Committees can invite ministers in, public hearings, we can discuss things, recommend things, but the only role in here is to get a notice if there's going to be a shared decision-making agreement negotiation starting. That's it. Or the ministers identified as having some authority to go off and negotiate something. That's the only role for regular MLAs in the bill. So, but I'd like to ask the minister, am I misinterpreting something? Where else specifically in this bill is there a role for regular MLAs? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Madam Premier?
Oh, we can take questions from this.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Am I just answering the one question or the two? Just the one?
Question to the member.
Within this bill, I mean, like the member pointed out, that they will give a notice or advised if there's a mutual shared agreement that's to be signed. Madam Chair, I'd like to say that within a lot of the acts in the Northwest Territories, they don't define the roles of members that I can point out. I may be wrong. If that's wrong, then please correct me, but I don't think that's the role of acts. The acts defines what shall happen, and then the roles of regular members are in our legislative protocol that we all adhere to before a bill gets passed in the House. They have a chance for questions and answers. They have their own roles, and those maintained. But again, going back to not every act in the Northwest Territories has the roles of regular members that I can point out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and the Minister has confirmed that the only specific role in here is about getting notice about authorization for a Cabinet Minister to go off and negotiate shared decision-making agreement. But, you know, we're supposed to be a consensus government system, and this is not any regular kind of bill. This is a bill to implement Indigenous rights and has the potential to very significantly change the way the Legislative Assembly operates, the way the legislative agenda is formulated, what happens in committees. And to exclude regular MLAs from that process, not good. Not good, and it's not within keeping of how consensus government is supposed to work, in my humble opinion. So, and you know, the committee tried to build in ways to for regular MLAs to be direct observers, dare I say, in some of this, and that was rejected by the Premier, and we're going to get to some of that a little bit further. But the other two other issues, that if I can get to them quickly, is I want the Premier to confirm that there was no engagement with regular MLAs about the statement of consistency on private members' bill. And a simple yes or no will do. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Are we going to work with them on the statement of consistency? Thank you, Madam Chair. We agreed to work with regular members on developing the statement of consistency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, that's good to hear. But I asked whether there was any work with regular MLAs about including private members' bill within the scope of this bill before it was given to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pass it to Martin Goldney.
Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe the question is, was there work prior to the bill being shared with committee around certain features, including the requirement of a statement of consistency for private members' bills? And there was not pre-engagement with regular members on that. We had anticipated that would be part of the conversations that we had after the bill was provided to members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yep, thanks for that confirmation. I do want to thank the committee for its work. You know, and there's some good features in here. Don't ever anybody characterize me as trying to stop or oppose this. The action plan is a good idea. The idea of doing a review, the shared decision-making agreements in principle, all good things, and certainly consistent with the declaration. The issue is none of that was going to be public. Absolutely nothing. No public information about it, no opportunity for public engagement. One of the most frustrating things I've found, certainly in this assembly, is I want to give the Premier and Cabinet lots of credit. They did a great job in engaging and working with Indigenous governments, maybe not all of them, but they've completely forgotten that they're actually supposed to be a public government. Committee had to fix this up. committee shouldn't have had to fix that up. So I want the minister to tell me how they actually considered the open government policy in putting this bill together. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start and then pass it to Martin Goldney for additional comments. The role of the executive. So within consensus government system, Madam Chair, regular members, all of us 19 members, determine our cabinet. And the reason we pick a cabinet is so that the cabinet can take oversight of the government programs, developing legislation, etc. What was the
question, member for Prim?
I want the clock to be run out. I want to know how specifically the open government policy was used in drafting this bill. I don't want to hear about the roles of cabinet. I don't want to hear about roles of regular MLAs. I want to know how the open government policy was implemented in the drafting of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with respect to the open government policy, as it applies to the development of the bill, what we considered is once the bill informs the work of government, we do anticipate that policy continuing to apply and those principles to be considered in the ongoing work of government under this bill. One thing that was considered when we were drafting this bill in collaboration with Indigenous governments is the need to sometimes balance openness and transparency with the ability for discussions and collaboration free and frankly with our Indigenous government partners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments on this? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the bill because I think the majority of the people of the Northwest Territories are of Indigenous. I want to talk about a couple things. The IGC is with three governments. Okay, I mean with federal and territorial government and the government that signs on. And it's not necessarily that, I want to make this very clear because I think clarity is very important. When you sign on, that means you have a say in lands and resources now that we're actually doing some of the work, especially with the process convention. You have to realize the different things that have to happen when, and it's only happening now in this assembly. It never happened before. Even though they signed on, and a lot of times there wasn't the dialogue was not there. And because a couple of groups are not signed on doesn't mean that they didn't have the opportunity to sign on. They chose not to sign on because they're in negotiation with their land claim and they want to make sure the lands are available of what they wanted in the claim before, and they still have an opportunity to do just that. The door is always open. Because I sat with the Acacia Territory for many years, and that was their argument when I'd asked them why they don't do this. And the same with, I'm sure that's the same with the N.W.T. There are reasons why people do certain things or why groups do certain things. I was in leadership and I sat with all these chiefs across the territories. I think this bill is extremely important in the time of reconciliation and moving forward. There will be flaws, there will be challenges. There's always flaws and challenges, there's loopholes, there's always everything that will come with it. But we have to be able to move forward and work to make it better. And if we work together as a group, as we're supposed to in consensus government, that's what's supposed to happen. Many times I don't agree with a letter that comes across the desk. I immediately run down the hall. I don't like this word. What does that mean? How is that going to affect my community? I mean, I do it all the time. People have got to be able to have dialogue, a lot of dialogue sometimes. Dialogue with who is putting it out or which department. And sometimes we don't always use that tool. And there are going to be flaws. There are some flaws, and even when the hearing was in Fort Smith, there were people, a couple of chiefs were there, and the Métis, and some of these people are part of the drafters of this, had input into this. And I'd like to say that it's a start. Sure, there's going to be challenges, but we have to work through them. And, many times it's easy to criticize. It's easy to blame someone else for other people's mistakes. But taking onus for your mistakes and saying you made a mistake is very important. And I think that, I have a lot of friends that are within the territories, especially in leadership. And people always, are easy to criticize. As soon as one of them makes a mistake, they're easy to criticize, but you can't do that. You've got to see the reason why this happened. And, this bill, I think, Bill 85, is extremely important to the Northwest Territories, to all people in the Northwest Territories, including the non-Indigenous population. Because many of them understand why we have to have this bill. It's not posing anything on anyone. It's a collaboration of ideas to make things better. And that's what the UNDRA bill is all about. I don't have any questions, but just for clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Are there any further general comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment, I guess. Madam Chair, Bill 85 is the start of a new relationship between this government and Indigenous people of Northwest Territories. Is it a perfect start? Probably not, but it is a move in the right direction. Provides the framework for the recognition of a cooperative relationship based on principles of justice, democracy, and human rights. Some, not all Indigenous governments we know have signed on to this declaration, and in time I believe that will happen as claims are settled. The Government of Canada, this government, and the people of Canada have talked reconciliation, and now we have an opportunity to make that a reality through passing Bill 85, and I'll provide my support to make that happen. We've talked enough, but at some point we have to walk the talk, and I think we can start that by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, are there any further general comments to this? Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just keep my comments short. I guess the overall, I've been around for a while here in Aboriginal politics, and when we keep thinking about the early days of Northern Accord in 1989, was more or less, again, another way of transferring a lot of these authorities from Ottawa to the N.W.T. And in 2004, they created the Aboriginal Summit, and the Aboriginal Summit, again, was made up of all these Aboriginal leaders in the Northwest Territories, and trying to work on an arrangement with N.W.T. And my colleague Ron Bonner, who's here from the DITCHO, had talked about devolution in 2014. And that was the beginning of the transfer of a lot of the responsibilities from Ottawa, even on leased land. At one time, the government of Canada used to provide those services for about $200 a year on leased lands, and for somehow it got transferred to the territorial government, and the leases went up to, I don't know, $1,600, and if you're an elder, it goes down to $800. But and for those services, and it's really frustrating for the elders in my community. But at the end of the day, you know, when you really think about it, it's the N.W.T is actually in the process of moving towards a provincial type of government or overall. So they have greater control on the lands and resources here in the Northwest Territories. So when the devolution gave way, that's exactly what happened. But going forward, I'm just wondering, like, there's going to be a set of check boxes with the N.W.T as to how we get to that, where we are to the point where we are an actual province of Canada, you know. And right now, as it is, there's still hurdles in a way, though, that we need to talk about, and I keep mentioning it over and over again, is that we have Section 35 constitutional rights. We got claims, we got self-government agreements. Sooner or later, this government here is going to have to deal with that. And then it may have to be done through a constitution that be created between the N.W.T and Indigenous governments, and that needs to be talked about. So we just want to make sure that you know, this bill that's going forward doesn't impede, and we already know it doesn't impede on those constitutional rights. But overall, you know, I keep thinking about this, and when I hear the discussion around the table, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's this government here is the ultimate goal and mandate of this government is going to become a province. And when that happens, then the authority is going to be here. But we need to figure out how we're going to work together and coexist, and what kind of relationship we're going to have. So it's more or less a comment, because as a former leader, I mean, I've been around, I've been to all these meetings as a former leader, and I've seen it. So anyway, it's just going to be, Madam Chair, it's just a comment, but the thing is that I guess overall this bill, there's some issues there that we could take a look at, but we'll get it sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm going to support this. It's moving forward. We're going to bring everybody to the table, and that's the good news about what's happening here. Devolution in 14, I was here when that happened, and in N.W.T we signed on, and everybody was given an opportunity. But now, if this bill passes, we get to bring everybody to the table, and everybody will have a voice and a say in what they think is right. You know, I really hear what Ron says, but you know, at the end of the day, we have to work together. And what Mr. Simpson said is we have to, a starting point. This is a starting point to something bigger than what we're talking about here. It's going to bring all the nations together to work together for the betterment of our people who we serve, and that's why we're here. And that's one thing we can't take. When we take away with this, it's a stepping stone, and we leave it to the next government to try to do better and to finish it off. And you know, I hope in one day they could get all this sorted out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. General comments? Seeing none, can we proceed to the clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. I will call the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1 through 5. Does committee agree? Clauses 6 through 7. Does committee agree? Clause 8. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess this is one of the areas that I highlighted in some of my earlier remarks. You know, we do need an action plan to help implement the declaration. Section 8 sets out the membership of the action plan committee, and 8.2 says the Action Plan Committee must be comprised of members appointed by Indigenous governments and the government of the Northwest Territories. So I'm just, can the minister speak to why there's no role for regular MLAs with regard to the Action Plan Committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every one of the motions that were brought forward by the Standing Committee were brought back to the Indigenous governments. The comment was made, this will be the Premier's legacy. This is not the Premier's legacy. The Premier did not direct this. This was done at the table. The N.W.T was one member at the table of the Council of Leaders. This is the Council of Leaders' legacy, Madam Chair. So within that spirit of working together in consensus, every single suggestion was brought forward to the Council of Leaders table. When we brought this motion forward and said, the regular members would like to have a say in it, the Council of Leaders pointed out the power imbalances. Within the Act, it does state that the members will be appointed by Indigenous governments or organizations and the government of the Northwest Territories. That Action Plan Committee will be taken off probably in the next government. They can elect to have their officials there. They can elect to be there themselves if they wish to. Any official that works for the GNWT is well aware that they report directly to the minister, in this case myself, and they have an accountability with that. When we brought this forward, the officials had concerns, Madam Chair. They talked about the power imbalance. They know the structure of the Legislative Assembly. They know that when ministers are elected by the regular members, they represent all residents of the N.W.T, but they also know that regular members don't necessarily have to represent all all residents of the N.W.T. In fact, they are mostly reportable to their constituents and often will lobby for their constituents' needs versus all needs, although there's some overlap often. So when we brought it forward, they said no, it would put them in a place that they weren't comfortable. If they had to have representation from the Legislative Assembly as regular members, then they would have to consider inviting their leadership, and then they couldn't be the frank discussions that happen at that table. So there was a real concern about the power imbalance, about the obligations, about the freedom to speak at will. Because often when your minister or your chief or your leader is there, you don't have you have to be very careful what you say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. I guess we're going to get to a debate about something a little later here, but so I just want to turn to there's a process convention on communications between cabinet ministers, standing committees, and regular members. And Section 3 is consultations with standing committees. I'm just going to paraphrase something in here. From time to time, Cabinet may wish to see considered input from a standing committee on a proposed government initiative, plan, activity, or discussion paper. In these instances, Cabinet may provide a committee with proposals, draft plans, or discussion papers for the committee's formal review and comment. So, I suspect this, we don't know what's going to happen in the next assembly, but the usual starting point for the process conventions is the ones that are currently in place. So, how does the minister then see sharing information progress on the action plan with regular members? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's several methods that the regular members can use to determine progress on the Action Plan Committee. In theory, Madam Chair, if the minister that's applicable would actually offer that to standing committee or make a statement in the House, but if that doesn't happen, then the regular members have the option to ask questions in the House of the applicable minister, and the applicable standing committee can ask the minister to present to standing committee either as a technical or as a political one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, that's very interesting, but what should the minister do about this? Minister of Executive and Intergovernmental Affairs. What sort of tools or things would this minister expect they would use to communicate what's happening with the action plan committee to regular MLAs, maybe on a more proactive basis, not wait for questions in the House, not wait to be called before a standing committee. What should happen? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I wasn't loud enough or clear enough when I started with saying what a minister should do. A minister should be making statements in the House about the work they're doing. They should be offering briefings to standing committee. And in my opinion, they should have an open door. Whenever a member has a question or a comment or a concern, they should be available to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. We have, there's the Intergovernmental Council's in place now for a number of years. It's actually established through legislation. The Council of Leaders is in place, and that was through a series of discussions and negotiations led by the Premier, and I compliment her for that. Regular members have actually been able to send observers to those meetings. I've personally attended Intergovernmental Council meetings. They've actually asked me to say things once or twice. I actually give my colleagues in the Standing Committee written reports from my meetings. I share agendas with them. What's the problem with having some kind of, whether it's an MLA or a representative, being there to observe and share the information with the colleagues back on AOC or I don't think we ever want to put a staff person here in that position, but maybe AOC would have to hire somebody to an experienced person to go and observe and provide feedback. I just don't understand what the problem is. Maybe it's because we do such a bad job in explaining the difference between the legislative and executive branches of government. But I'm kind of thinking if I was an Indigenous government, I would actually want regular MLAs to know what's happening in those meetings so that if things go off the rails, the regular MLAs can then start to raise those issues and hold cabinet to account. But what do I know? So if we're already doing this in a couple of other, the Intergovernmental Council, council leaders, why can't it be done with the Action Plan Committee? And maybe it's just trust, or we're so new at this, we don't know what we're doing yet, but I just don't get it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a difference, and Madam Chair, the member is right. There is a regular member that's invited to the Intergovernmental Council table, and there's a regular member that's invited to the Council of Leaders table. Those tables, both the Intergovernmental Council and the Council of Leaders, are the leaders of the governments, N.W.T, Indigenous governments and organizations. They are chiefs, ministers, premier, presidents, whatever chair, whatever the title may be. The difference, Madam Chair, is that this is an action plan committee. There may be the occasional leader there if that Indigenous government or organization just deems that they need to be there, but the majority of them, my guesstimate, will be officials. And as stated before, and right up to this morning when we asked about it again, it was really clear from the Indigenous governments that doing this will put them in a very challenging position of having to consider bringing their own political leadership to the conversation. They stated very clearly that it might jeopardize the good collaborative working relationship that we have built on this file. We have taken 4 years to work on this file, Madam Chair, and to jeopardize it, and even, Madam Chair, I have to clarify, even myself as the Premier was not at every single meeting. I had faith in my officials to be able to carry the concerns of my own and the government's and the general public forward. So that is the difference. Those two tables that the member identified are leader tables. This action plan working group might not all be leaders. Thank you, Madam Chair, and there is a power imbalance.
Madam Premier, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion, if I may.
Thank you. The motion is being distributed. Member for Frame Lake, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 85 be amended by deleting subclause 8 brackets 2 and substituting the following. 2. The Action Plan Committee must be comprised of A. Members appointed by Indigenous governments or organizations of the Northwest Territories. B. Members appointed by the Government of the Northwest Territories. And C. Subject to subsection 2.1, one member appointed by motion of the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight or any successor committee that may be established by the Legislative Assembly. 2.1. The Action Plan Committee may, in respect of a member appointed under paragraph 2C, limit or specify A, the classes of persons eligible for appointment, and B, the rights of participation of the member in the work of the Action Plan Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So what this would do is create the ability for the regular members to have a representative, whether it's a member or some other representative of the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, be at the committee meetings, the Action Plan Committee meetings. And this is further, though, restricted. And so basically it would be up to the Action Plan Committee itself to determine the classes of persons that might be eligible, whether that's an elected official or a hired person by AOC. The Action Plan Committee would decide this itself. The Action Plan Committee would also decide how, where, and when that person could be involved in the Action Plan Committee. The Action Plan Committee could say, you know what, you're not going to be you're only going to be at portions of meetings, or you're not going to be at this meeting or that meeting, and you can only send a staff person. You can't send an elected official. So basically, this would put the authority with the Action Plan Committee itself as to how and who from the regular members would be allowed to observe, participate in whatever capacity at the Action Plan Committee. And the reason why I move this and bring it forward is because, as I said in my earlier remarks, I think this has the potential to significantly change the work of this Legislative Assembly, the legislation that comes before it, the policies that will become before committees. And I'm sorry, I think that the best way to convey that information is for the regular MLAs to have somebody at the meetings. Cabinet has not demonstrated to me that they can share the information that regular members need sometimes. And we've seen that in the development of this bill. They didn't bother to talk to us about private members' bills, having statements of consistency, a number of other items in here. That's just one example. So I'll just leave it at that for now, Madam Chair. No, I won't. Look, I'm not trying to stop this bill. I'm not trying to slow it down in any way. People are going to say that about me. That's fine. I'm here. I want to support this. I want to make this better. And I want both sides of the House to be involved in how we actually implement Indigenous rights. And that's how consensus government is supposed to work. That's what this motion is about. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support this motion. I think the Premier has made it clear that it's going to be mostly made up of officials, and I think, there's a general understanding that politicians meet with politicians and officials meet with officials. I don't ever expect to show up to a deputy ministers committee, but I would appreciate, and I do appreciate, when cabinet invites MLAs to the Council of Leaders or the IGC, and I even think they could go a little farther when they're in bilaterals with an Indigenous government. If the leadership is there, they could invite the MLA from that region. But I don't view us either sending a staff person or sending an MLA to a group largely made up of officials. I also think it's pushing our role, and I get regular MLAs. We always want to see how the sausage is made. But ultimately we operate under the principle that cabinet proposes and the legislature disposes, and there's going to be a bunch of lawyers in a room spending the next few years fighting over the definition of free, prior, informed consent, and we are going to get reports that they're sitting there fighting over the definition, and I don't know what that does. Really at the end of the day, we have to wait and see what the end result is. It'd be similar to me asking to attend a negotiation with a bunch of lead negotiators. I would love that opportunity, but I recognize that just isn't my role. You got to wait, and sometimes you got to wait for decades to see what the end result is, and that's done in confidence, and that's so officials can speak frankly, and then when the time is finally done, they can take it back to their leadership, who can go through their council approval process or their assembly approval process, or back to the assembly and go through their legislative approval process. So, given that the Premier has made it quite clear this will be mostly officials, I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Member for Tabacha.
I too feel very, government to government is very important with this whole bill. Okay, government to government is the governments that the Indigenous all have their own governments. They make decisions in one day. They don't wait 10 years. And so, I always say that, and government to government relationship is really important. I think we have a different role. If something went wrong, or someone said something that just wasn't quite right, I mean, you're already called on to the carpet to advocate on behalf of that First Nation as an MLA. I think we have roles to play all over. I've played those roles with all the First Nations that are in my area, and if they certainly let me know when something is not quite right. I mean, that's part of our role, and I appreciate that role because being a First Nation leader for many years, I see that as it's a different part of my role now, but I understand the whole way it comes about. Less interference is great, because First Nation you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have pretty smart leaders. They've been through the mill. They've had a lot of people say no to them without really listening to both sides. Our leaders, don't take them for granted, okay? The Indigenous leaders are extremely brilliant. I've worked with some extremely brilliant leaders, just like I'm working with extremely brilliant people around this table. And never take anybody for granted, because, you know, I always say, even in business, you never know which door you're going to have to knock on. Always leave the door open. And I don't think that it is our role to be going to observe or try to influence in any way, shape, or form a decision that is being put forward on a working paper that the Indigenous government and our government has got to make a decision on. And yes, they will inform us of that decision, I'm sure. Because we'll make sure of that, right, as regular members. So that's my 2 cents, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. To the motion. Question has been called. Oh, did you, sorry. Madam Premier, sorry.
Thanks. Speak up. Don't hurry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate committee's careful consideration of the bill and that there is a strong interest in the future work of the Action Plan Committee to be established. The Action Plan Committee will have important work to do that will further guide the implementation of the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous People. It will help ensure that our laws and policies align with the principles of the Declaration. This is a key feature to this legislation and the 2 other examples in Canada like it. The Action Plan Committee does not change the fundamental roles of Cabinet and regular members. We continue to have process conventions on the sharing of information, committee review of proposed legislation, and the opportunity to review policy changes. None of that changes as a result of the Action Planning Committee meant to provide a place for Indigenous governments and the N.W.T to work collaboratively on areas of shared priority. To speak as plainly as I can, consensus government does not require MLAs to participate directly in the workings of the executive branch. That is why this Assembly elects ministers from within its ranks to serve as ministers, and ministers are then responsible to consider the interests of all residents of the N.W.T. Indigenous governments do not want to muddy the waters of accountability and do not want to unnecessarily complicate the work of reconciliation. The concern from Indigenous governments is a real one. They are concerned that legislatively requiring MLA participation, even as observers, potentially challenges the hard work of reconciliation and could further complicate the balancing of interests that may be required as the United Nations Declarations for Indigenous Peoples matters are considered. Indigenous governments know that ministers are accountable to MLAs, but they also know that ministers must represent and promote the interests of all residents of the Northwest Territories. N.W.T officials at intergovernmental meetings are accountable to ministers, and Indigenous governments organization officials know that their governments have their own intergovernmental relationship with ministers as the heads of the executive branch of government. The same responsibilities and obligations are not part of the accountability of regular MLAs. Their accountability is to their individual constituents. MLAs should and will continue to have oversight of government business, but we do need to keep a distinction between the executive branch and the legislative branch in our intergovernmental work. As stated, Madam Chair, the Indigenous governments are not, and organizations are not in support of this motion, and therefore Cabinet will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now go to the mover of the motion for any closing comments. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I respect all the comments I heard. You know, this motion does not require or enable elected MLAs to participate in any way in the Action Plan Committee. It allows for a representative to be there on the terms and conditions that are set by the committee itself. This is not about interfering or trying to influence the process. It's about understanding what's happening there and how it will change the legislative branch of government. This is not about the executive branch of government. This is the plan, when it's done, will change the legislative branch of government. It'll change how we do things here. It'll change the legislation, the policies, the work that standing committees do. And to exclude regular MLAs from that process, I just don't think that that's a good idea, and I don't think it's in keeping with the process conventions. And that's all I have to say. But I think this was a worthwhile debate, and I expect that the next cabinet, the next minister, will actually find better ways to share information about this, because it didn't happen in the drafting of this bill. So whoever the next minister is going to have to work a lot harder in sharing information and maybe even finagling an occasional invitation or something for regular MLAs or their representative to maybe come and see what happens once in a while. So whatever, the next minister is going to have to do a way better job in communicating what's happening at that action plan committee with the regular MLAs. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Or sorry, defeated. Motion is defeated. Clause 8, does committee agree? Clause 9 through 11, does committee agree? Clause 12. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I said in my earlier remarks, before somebody tries to say otherwise, that I agree in principle to the idea of shared decision-making agreements. And, you know, I think we probably have some kinds of examples out there of those sorts of arrangements. You know, you might say that Delaney self-government is that kind of an arrangement, but I guess one of the concerns I have here is, you know, we don't really know or understand what the scope of these agreements could look like, how frequent they may be, how many there may be, what is G&W.T going to look like at the end of the day? Is it just going to be some kind of a rump government that doesn't do much? I don't know. Maybe, you know, I think we're starting to verge on constitutional change here, or looking at what is the relationship between public and Indigenous governments. And in any event, I would like to get some understanding from the folks at the witness table as to what the scope of these agreements is going to be, how frequent they could be, and what is G&W.T going to look like after these agreements have been negotiated. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this concept of shared agreements comes actually from the BC legislation, the United Nations Declaration there. We had much discussion on that at the working level when we were drafting this bill. The agreements might come in different forms. Martin Goldney can expand on that later. We don't know yet. We haven't had that experience, and that's why we were careful with it as well. But I do want to say, Madam Chair, that there's many agreements. The MLAs are not always part of every single agreement that the executive branch makes. For example, we make agreements with land claims, self-government agreements that are often not shared with MLAs until later, if ever. We have agreements with the federal government, Madam Chair, that we make. I mean, often the federal government binds us and says, we're going to do this with you, but you cannot say anything to anyone until we announce it publicly. So this is not a differing aspect of how we work. This has been done with other governments. We're just expanding this to Indigenous governments. We have it already with the federal government. Why should it be any different with the Indigenous governments? Did you want to add to that? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, and I think we're not like a lot of the governments that the Premier described that have party systems. This is supposed to be a consensus government. So the way that the bill has been drafted now, and I think this was a helpful addition, was that, regular MLAs will now at least get notice if negotiations, a minister's authorized to begin negotiations on a shared decision-making agreement. But the only time, there's no requirement, there's nothing in the bill about what happens with those agreements other than they're going to get published at the end of the day in the Gazette, which not like anybody even reads, but and I guess they're going to be published on a website as well, thanks to the committee. What happens between the time that a minister's authorized to negotiate something and an agreement is reached? Is there any opportunity for regular MLAs to know what's happening? Inside the bill, outside the bill? How's that going to happen? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I stated, the MLA has pointed out that I am not good at communicating with Standing Committee. I guess I'll take ownership. I was in the last cabinet. I thought the same MLA had said that we were better than the last cabinet, but perhaps not. And did state that the next government has to do better. I do believe, Madam Chair, that we all have to work at being better all the time. So I do think that's a process. But I also think, Madam Chair, the members many times stated about consensus government. Consensus government is not about just getting your way, Madam Chair, in my opinion. Consensus government is about sitting around the table looking for compromises, looking at flexibility. When this was brought forward to myself, as the minister applicable for this, by committee, we did make a compromise with committee. But I'm hearing now that the member doesn't like the compromise, and that is consensus government. It's about being flexible. It's about compromising so that all members' needs will be ideally satisfied, maybe not get 100% of what you want. But that's the reality of consensus government. We all have a say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I don't think I can possibly respond to everything that I heard there, but I'm not here to get my way. If that's why any of us are here, we're here for the wrong reasons. I'm here to try to serve my constituents and try to think about the broader public interest. I've always tried to increase transparency, openness, accountability as a public government. That's why I'm here. So it's not about getting my way. I'll leave that aside for now. I guess the issue here is the only way for regular MLAs to hold the cabinet to account with regard to these shared decision-making agreements is once they're publicly released, because there's no other requirement. I think the process convention might allow for the minister, cabinet to come to the regular MLAs and say, you know what, we've actually got this arrangement, we've negotiated, and by the way, here's actually a draft. We'd like to get your input before it's signed. We put a lot of time and effort into this, maybe even an update or two along the way, depending on the scope and whatever of the agreement. If it's a simple administrative delegation of something, that's probably not a big deal. But if it's giving decision making in a major program area to a government, an Indigenous government, that might have implications for other things. I don't know, but the only way it seems that regular MLAs would be able to hold Cabinet to account is after the agreement's released publicly, and then, you know, but it could be a legally binding agreement that's already signed. Nothing could be done at that point. So how can regular MLAs hold Cabinet to account for these shared decision-making agreements? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated earlier, one of the first roles of any legislative assembly is choosing your executive council, who are there to represent the interests of all residents of the N.W.T. And so therefore, Madam Chair, I would challenge to say that MLAs have to have faith in those that they elect as the executive council. Madam Chair, I think we need to step back here a minute and look at it. If we're signing self-government agreements with Indigenous governments, if we really believe in self-government, then we have to recognize that these Indigenous governments are going to have a role in decision-making. They are going to take on aspects of education, health, housing, you know, all right across the spectrum. So I'm sensing a fear of this, but perhaps we should have had this conversation 30 years ago when we started talking about self-government, because that is what self-government is. So Indigenous governments are going to get there anyway, Madam Chair. If we really respect them, then we need to let them at the table. That's what this is about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I've already said that I agree in principle with this, and I will take issue with the Premier's comments. This is not about me trying to exclude Indigenous governments from getting to shared decision-making agreements. This is about trying to find out how regular MLAs can have a say in agreements before they're finalized, and it's about MLAs doing their job. I'm just not prepared to give Cabinet a blank check, I guess. So that's what I think this is about. But in any event, Madam Chair, I do want to move to a motion, if I could.
Go ahead. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 85 be amended by adding the following after subclause 12.2, 2.1. Before entering into an agreement under this section, a minister authorized under subsection 1 shall provide notice to and seek comments from the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight or any successor committee that may be established by the Legislative Assembly. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just find it a little bit ironic that Standing Committee will get notice now of an agreement being negotiated, and then there doesn't seem to be any mechanism or way to have any input into that, or oversight, dare I say, or ability to comment, ability to work together, other than at the whim of a minister. And because I'm not sure where we're going with all this stuff. I'm not afraid of it. I agree with it. I support it. But I think if we're going to do constitutional development, you should come at it with that perspective and that kind of mindset. And in any event, this motion is really about trying to find a way for the regular MLAs to have some better knowledge, understanding of what is going to be negotiated, and an opportunity to comment on it. It's not about interfering with it. It's not about trying to change it. It's about trying to understand what's happening. Otherwise, there's no other way to hold Cabinet to account until after the agreement's done. And I don't think that's a good place to be. That's all I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This motion just says that before we enter into one of these agreements, they're going to come to AOC and say, you got any thoughts? I found it odd the Premier said that, we enter into agreements all the time without talking to regular members, because it's actually been exact opposite my experience. I think I got 2 briefings on the offshore accord negotiations before we actually signed them. I think I got a briefing on almost every single land claim and what was going on through the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs. I mean, maybe officials weren't as forthcoming as I would have liked at times, but there certainly was no sense that they were going to not tell us anything before they signed an agreement. We actually got to see some of the correspondence on the carbon tax negotiations that was actually sent to the ministers, similar when the feds were in negotiation for childcare and the healthcare deal. So I felt whenever we've asked for a briefing on, hey, where are you at with this, ministers are more than willing to come and tell us what they're doing with the feds, and they do it in camera. And I just expect if, a minister is going to enter into a shared decision-making on education or something, they would go to the applicable standing committee and say, I'm about to sign this, this is what's happening. Got any thoughts? And, sometimes they take the thoughts and sometimes they ignore them, but, kind of giving the heads up and listening seems to already occur. I don't see any issue with this motion of kind of formalizing what we already do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member to the motion, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll start by saying I'm really glad that ministers, including myself, are working with Standing Committee. That's what the goal is. But I agree with the member that the government of the Northwest Territories is the public government and must remain accountable to the public. I commend the member's commitment to accountability. That is why in our consensus government system, MLAs have significant authority when it comes to ministerial accountability. This will not change as a result of the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples implementation. MLAs elect ministers to represent all residents of the N.W.T, and I expect that all ministers will work appropriately with MLAs and provide notice under our process conventions whenever required. I also understand why notice for every shared decision-making negotiation is concerning to the Indigenous governments and organizations. If MLAs have concerns about the performance of a minister, there are a number of ways these concerns can be raised, both directly with the minister or in the Legislative Assembly. Shared decision-making will necessarily require a balancing of interests and is meant to help advance reconciliation. There may be authorizations that are straightforward and not at all controversial. There may also be others that Indigenous governments and organizations prefer not to be made immediately a public concern, even before a minister can give full and fair consideration to a proposal. That's why a blanket requirement to involve MLAs in each and every shared decision-making agreement that is proposed is not supported. The member is correct that there are not a lot of examples to draw experience from when it comes to shared decision-making. I look forward to seeing how such agreements may come forward in the context of the Northwest Territories, perhaps with the benefit of experience, apprehension over the MLA's concern at the beginning of shared decision-making agreement negotiations would dissipate. Madam Chair, Cabinet will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. I will go to the mover of the motion for any closing remarks. MLA or member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just not sure I have anything further to say. I'm really tired. And I just, yeah, I think this was a good discussion and debate. I don't expect that it's going to pass, but I want to, I guess, get on the record that I think whoever is negotiating these agreements in the future, and I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of them. Some people are going to say that about whatever I said, but that's fine. I guess 2 things. I think if ministers doing their job well in a consensus government system, they should be coming to standing committee. They shouldn't just wait for the committee to come and ask them. And they should be providing regular updates about how things are going, what they're doing. And I don't think it has to be for every single shared decision-making agreement. delegating some administrative stuff, who cares? But if it's a whole subject matter like education, as my colleague from Yellowknife North said, yeah, that's an important thing that might have implications for how we set up school boards, and Yellowknife pays taxes, other communities don't. How's all that going to work? So for some of them, yeah, it's going to require more intensive work with standing committees. That can be done outside of the bill and probably should under the process conventions, but so that's one point. Second point, if we really want to get at constitutional development, you should come to it with that mind. Shared decision-making agreements are good, but what we really need to do is start to think about constitutional development. And what is the government of the Northwest Territories as a public government going to look like? So, in any event, I offer that as a comment. We tried to get an Electoral Boundaries Commission to actually look at that question at one point, but we couldn't do it. But I think we do need to start to turn our mind to constitutional development in the Northwest Territories. And this bill, I think, might help facilitate that as well. But in any event, I don't expect this is going to pass, but I do want Cabinet to take note of my comments and where the next minister is, to make sure that they come and work with regular MLAs as these things are being negotiated. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is defeated. Clause 12, does committee agree? Clause 13 to 15, does committee agree? Schedule, does committee agree? Committee agree on the schedule? Yeah? Committee to the bill as a whole, does the committee agree that Bill 85, United Nations Declaration Act on the Rights of Indigenous People Implementation Act is now ready for third reading? Thank you. Committee, does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Implementation Act? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Premier. Thank you to the witnesses. Please escort, Sergeant R, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. We will take a short recess. Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here to present Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. The purpose of Bill 65 is to repeal the current Mechanics Lien Act and replace it with a more modern Builders Lien Act to address modern construction practices. Lien legislation is in place to ensure that parties who contribute work, labor, or materials to a construction project in the N.W.T. are paid, and to provide a remedy if they are not. Lien legislation also creates stability and predictability for owners of construction projects by setting out their obligations to other parties involved in a construction project. The new Act will use plain language where possible and take into consideration evolving best practices in construction business and terminology. Some of the existing provisions will be maintained and adjusted. At the same time, substantive changes will be brought forward in 15 areas based on research conducted by the Department and engagement with external stakeholders. The new Act will bring the N.W.T's lien legislation into the 21st century, support modern construction practices, provide more stability and predictability in the industry, and serve as a concrete example of this Legislative Assembly's support for our territory's business sector. This concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you. To my right is Matthew Yap, Director of Legal Registries with the Department of Justice. To my left, Brian Asmundson, Registrar of Land Titles. And behind me is Mr. Ian Rennie, Legislative Counsel with the Department of Justice.
Thank you and welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 65. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On January 18th, 2023, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice. At the public hearing, committee expressed serious concern about the lack of consultation on the bill. The Minister acknowledged this and made a commitment to conduct further engagement with the public. Following this, committee sought an extension of the review period under Rule 8.3(2). Over the next several months, committee engaged extensively with the Department to consider several potential amendments to the bill. Bill 65, as drafted, does not bind the G&W.T, but it does bind municipalities. The committee does not want the G&W.T to be exempt from the application of liens while other governments are subject to this clause. The committee was concerned that other levels of government in the Northwest Territories, such as municipalities and Indigenous governments, were not as protected from seizure and sale of land as the G&W.T. The committee wants to see all levels of government in the Northwest Territories treated the same. The committee recognized that if the bill was amended to bind the G&W.T, municipalities and Indigenous governments to liens, but not seizure and sale, that very little infrastructure in the Northwest Territories would be left for which seizure and sale could apply. Recognizing this, committee felt that the bill as drafted, which provides exemption for seizure and sale on the basis of who owns a project, was problematic. After a lot of consideration on this point, committee felt that exemption for seizure and sale of land should rather apply to the type of project, not the owner of the project. This would ensure that critical public infrastructure, like health centers, schools, and roads, are always protected. Because this is such a substantial shift in how the bill is applied, committee feels the bill needs to be redrafted. While Bill 65 is proposed to improve assurances that parties who contribute to construction projects are paid, committee believes the bill can do more to establish prompt payment in legislation. There are also other changes committee would like to see that address procedural and technical improvements to the administration and application of the bill. the unequal application of the bill to different levels of government, whether territorial, municipal, or Indigenous governments, remain the outstanding point of contention for committee. Madam Chair, on June 29, 2023, committee held a clause by clause with the minister, at which time committee passed a motion to report the bill as not ready to proceed. Madam Chair, I'd be remiss as I'm speaking first and foremost as the Chair of Social Development, but second, I'm also the MLA for Cam Lake. And ultimately, I want to state that the point of this bill is that private industry be paid for the work that it does and the material they provide. As the MLA for Cam Lake, I believe that this is first and foremost what we need to keep in mind as the goal of this bill. The existing Mechanics Lien Act has not changed substantially in over 100 years. Since then, practices and contractual arrangements in construction and real property development have changed considerably and continue to evolve. During committee's review and public hearing on Bill 65, participation focused on applying the Builders Lien Act to the government of the Northwest Territories, Indigenous governments, and municipalities, including questions on how provisions related to lands owned by those entities would work. As a result of January's extension, no substantial amendments were brought forward by the N.W.T. The same core concerns, though, remain, Madam Chair. Determining which land interests held by different levels of government and Indigenous governments would be subject to sale and seizure, I'm tripping over my words, and that committee preferred the core structure that on exemptions to seizure and sale be made on the basis of the type of infrastructure rather than ownership, to strike a balance between protecting critical public infrastructure and ensuring private industry is ultimately paid. This is how British Columbia has successfully drafted its lien legislation, and during the clause by clause, the minister agreed with committee that this would have been the preferred way forward for lien legislation. Ultimately, it was committee's desire that all levels of government be treated the same under the Act. Committee proposed several draft motions to amend this aspect of the bill and considered many draft motions proposed by the department. As these discussions progressed, though, members quickly realized that this topic raised bigger questions about defining an Indigenous government that could not and should not be answered within the context, could not and should not be answered within the context of this bill or in the Standing Committee on Social Development. I maintain my concern about the N.W.T not being bound by this legislation. As the primary purchaser and builder in the Northwest Territories, business needs to ensure it is also getting paid by this government. Binding the N.W.T was ultimately the impasse on this bill, and as such, the majority of committee members wanted to see this bill reported back to the House as not ready, which we did. Madam Chair, I also want to say a few words about prompt payment. Bill 65 did not include a provision to introduce a prompt payment system to ensure a timeline for both issuing and paying invoices on building projects or provide a dispute resolution mechanism to resolve payment disputes. Prompt payment is crucial to lien legislation. It assures private industry that within a set timeline for contractors and subcontractors to issue invoices for their work and for owners to pay invoices for services rendered. This is crucial when you have limited timelines to both preserve and protect a lien. When liens have deadlines but payment isn't legislated, it makes it hard for people to participate in the process. Where payment used to be 30 days, these days many organizations are working toward net 30-day payments, or others don't even meet the net 30 days or net 90 days. I am left as the representative of Cam Lake, the home of a multitude of N.W.T businesses, to either support a bill that isn't what I believe to be the best possible product for its purpose, or hold out for something better with no guarantee of when that might make it through the legislative agenda. Bill 65 does have marked improvements from the original Mechanics Lien Act, but I'll be trying to move motions today to amend parts of this bill to make it even just a little bit better. None of the motions today will be able to address the issue of how governments are bound or prompt payment, both of which I believe need to be addressed sooner than later and hopefully long before 100 years if this legislation passes today. Madam Chair, individual members may have comments or questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 65. Are there a member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to reiterate everything my colleague from Cam Lake said, and I don't think that I actually could after this long day in the House and week as well so far. I did just want to say that I too am disappointed that we didn't get this bill further along and kind of did get stuck in this conversation that ultimately did not end up going anywhere. However, I shouldn't say it that way, because it really did sort of bring back the importance of ensuring the entire government of the Northwest Territories has the same approach, and all of the bills and acts have the same consideration to be made for what is that entity that we sometimes so loosely call Indigenous governments, which can have many different meanings in many different rooms. So I would have liked to have seen this get done. As coming from a consulting background where I dealt with a lot of contractors, I know how important it is for them to have this bill and this act updated. However, I feel that it really missed the mark with the prompt payment, which literally is the #1 issue for most businesses in the Northwest Territories, is getting paid on time so that they're not having to float costs, which then ends up, costing more because they're financing their work, waiting on the government and others to pay. And oftentimes, their sub-consultants don't get paid until they get paid. So as you go further down the line, it becomes longer and longer to the smaller and smaller businesses who can't really take those types of hits and don't have any cash in the bank to to float their business. And again, I've never been a person to just do something for the sake of doing it. And when I hear that both sides recognize that this is not a good piece of legislation, it's not hitting the mark properly, for us to go forward with it, it seems kind of pointless. There are other bills where I can see why we would still pass something, even though we all agreed it wasn't perfect, but I don't think this is one of them. And I think rather, it's never, in my opinion, a failure that we say we're not going to go forward with the bill, because it's not like this work disappears, but the onus then is on the next government, the next committee, to ensure that the work that was done by the previous one isn't lost. And so all I can say for that is continuity is a good thing, Madam Chair. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I guess I have a number of questions here. The first one is, I distinctly remember the minister at the clause-by-clause hearing saying something along the lines of, if I had to start over again, I would have done this very differently, and I think we should just go back and I think it should be reported as not ready, basically. So he was encouraging committee to not proceed with the bill. So I'd like to know why we're here tonight. What happened between the minister saying those words, and why are we here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, during that in-camera discussion, I didn't say that this is a bad piece of legislation. I said that if I could have gone back, I would have started over again in a different way, because I see that the GNWT being exempt from this bill, or having different provisions apply to it under this bill, would not go over well with the regular members. And lo and behold, here we are in a situation where it was reported back as not ready. There is, when we see that the government of the Northwest Territories is being treated differently, that in itself is enough to derail a bill. And so I would have gone forward in a different direction to avoid that. What we have is not a bad bill. It's a modern piece of legislation similar to other modern pieces of legislation in Canada, recently modernized. But it was a political comment more than a comment on the quality of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, my apologies to the minister. My recollection was that that was said during the clause-by-clause review, and if my recollection is wrong, I sincerely apologize. But I guess I'd like to know, first off, just confirm with the minister, will this bill apply to N.W.T? Will it apply to Indigenous governments? Will it apply to municipal governments? What's the application of this bill? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, the GNWT is exempt from provisions of this bill that other levels of government are not exempt from. And that's actually the current situation in the Northwest Territories right now under the current Mechanics Lien Act. So this is a continuation of the status quo in terms of the application of the bill to governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I'm not really in favor of continuing what's probably not a good situation. You know, N.W.T is the major contracting authority here in the Northwest Territories. Why doesn't this bind N.W.T? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. And there's been comments about protecting, protecting governments. The legislation is not about protecting governments. It's about ensuring that workers get paid. And the N.W.T is not an entity that we're worried about becoming insolvent. There's not a concern that the N.W.T won't pay their bills. We hear concerns from the members about when the bills get paid, but the issue isn't that they won't get paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, okay, I got an explanation as to why the Minister and Cabinet believe that this shouldn't apply to N.W.T. Why does it apply then to municipal governments? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Municipal governments don't have the same powers of taxation. They don't have the same revenue as the N.W.T. And there's chances that they could be in a situation where they can't pay workers. And we also have to look at the bill as a whole and what is the point of the bill? If we add more and more and more exclusions, then are we really fulfilling the spirit of this legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts exactly. If this doesn't apply to N.W.T, why are we doing that? But will this bill apply to Indigenous governments? And will it allow seizure and sale of Indigenous-owned lands? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Indigenous governments would be bound by this act as well. And I will say that if municipalities and Indigenous governments were in the same position as the N.W.T, they would then have to comply with they'd have to abide by the surety bond section of the Act, which would mean that they would have to have contracts that are bondable, which would have an impact on, could have an impact on their ability to get people to do work in certain regions of the territory as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll try the second part of my question again. Will this bill enable the seizure and sale of Indigenous-owned lands? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Private lands can be seized and sold. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So will that include settlement lands? The N.W.T Regional Corporation, some of the Sawtooth entities, Gwich'in Tribal Council actually own some lands, surface, subsurface, sometimes both for the same parcel. This bill would enable seizure and sale of those settlement lands. Just want to confirm how N.W.T is going to interpret this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So I will hand it to Mr. Yap for a more detailed explanation. Thank you.
Mr. Yap?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer the member's question, it really depends on the nature of the land in question and the terms of that land in the land claim or self-government agreement. So depending on how that land is structured or the type of ownership, it may or may not be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, if I wasn't concerned before, now I really am. If N.W.T is going to interpret this bill in a manner that may allow for seizure and sale of Indigenous settlement lands, I'm voting against it right now. This is just not right. And the department doesn't seem to have done the work to discuss this with Indigenous governments. Yeah, this is not a good place to be. So I guess let's start with what engagement was done with Indigenous governments on this bill? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. And further to Mr. Yap's comments, this would not apply to settlement lands. Engagement that was done with Indigenous governments occurred during the committee process, actually. The chair referenced this. We reached out to a number of the Indigenous governments and organizations in the territory, explained the situation, and requested feedback on the potential inclusion of Indigenous governments or exclusion from the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Okay, thanks. I don't know, how do I get at this? The first answer I got was, yes, it does apply, or may, and then it was, may apply in certain circumstances, and now it's not going to apply to settlement lands. So I kind of think I heard 3 different answers, and I guess I'm not a lawyer, but I want to know how the government, G&W.T, is going to interpret this. Because I don't want this stuff to end up in the courts. I don't want workers to go unpaid because there's some uncertainty as to the application of this bill. I don't want Indigenous governments to have to go to court to sort this stuff out. So I guess I just want a little more detail here and an explanation as to why I got 3 different answers. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's settlement lands. There's other types of lands that might be owned by an Indigenous government. And the member's probably, I know the member's more of an expert on land than I am. I know that's his background. Came here in 1985 to work on those types of issues. And I can perhaps hand it to Mr. Yap for some further explanation of the land. If the member would like, I know we're on his clock here. So, yeah, I see him shrugging. So, to Mr. Yap, thank you.
Mr. Yap?
In terms of how the G&W would interpret it, it's not really a question for the G&W to determine what land is sold or seized. That would be a question for the courts to determine. But I can say that settlement land would not be subject to seizure or sale because of the hierarchy of the laws and because it's done through a treaty process. There are different types of Indigenous governments and different terms of different land claim agreements. Some of them hold municipal lands, some of them hold fee simple lands. Some hold lands that are owned by an entity that may or may not be the holders of current land claim agreement right now. So it really depends on the type of land. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my member finally getting there. Yeah, I think if you applied to sell, the Clecho, Gwich'in, or Nuvialuit, or Sawtooth settlement lands under a constitutionally protected agreement, you just can't. That's pretty clear to me. But it's less clear to me how that's kind of just a backstop saying you can't sell them. How is the government interpreting this applying to them? So this is passed, someone doesn't get paid on a Clecho project on their lands and goes to file a lien, is land titles going to accept a lien on those lands? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yap?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Land Titles Office would accept the submission of a claim of lien because it's just a claim, except in the situation where it is a certificate of title that's already been issued, where it clearly states on the face of the certificate of title that it is settlement lands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. And just so I'm also abundantly clear about the binding the government part, I understand we're not selling public land or government land, but if someone builds a health center and doesn't get paid and it's on public land, assuming the Public Land Act has been implemented, and they go to file a lien, would they accept the claim of lien, or would that be a no? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. No, but when it comes to the G&W.T, there are other ways that we protect workers. So I know the Department of Finance has introduced new security requirements for bids and contracts earlier this year, and that will help protect small businesses, specifically those engaged in constructing G&W.T projects by providing adequate payment coverage through labor and material bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Does committee agree that there are no further general comments, that we can proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will now consider the clauses in groups. Please turn the page to page 12 of the bill. Clauses 1 through to 3. Does committee agree? Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Sorry. I'm choking on something. Good thing you're a nurse. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after Clause 3. 3.1. This act is to be interpreted in a manner consistent with the recognition and affirmation of existing and Aboriginal and treaty rights in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Minister Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a standard non-derogation clause. You can find it in other pieces of legislation. I think that this is a good idea. I'm happy to support this. And going forward, we should always consider including these in bills. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 3.1. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the clause as amended, I move that Bill 65 be amended by deleting Clause 3.1 and substituting the following. 3.1 brackets 1, in this section, quote, land, resources, and self-government agreement, end quote, means, brackets A, any of the following agreements, or brackets I, the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Canada and the Gwich'in as represented by the Gwich'in Tribal Council on April 22nd, 1992 as amended. Brackets II, the Inuvialuit Final Agreement entered into between the Inuvialuit and the Inuvialuit Settlement Region and the Government of Canada on June 5th, 1984 as amended. III, or brackets III, the Saulteaux, Dene, and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty and the Queen in right of Canada and the Dene of Colville Lake, Delaunay, Fort Good Hope, and Fort Norman, and the Métis of Fort Good Hope, Fort Norman, and the Norman Wells as represented by the Saulteaux Tribal Council on September 6, 1993 as amended. Brackets 4, the Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement among the Clicquot and the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada signed on August 25, 2023 as amended. Brackets 5, the Delaunay Final Self-Government Agreement among the Delaunay First Nation Band and the Delaunay Land Corporation, the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada dated February 18, 2015 as amended. Brackets B, any legally binding agreement intended to be a treaty under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 concluded between an Indigenous government or organization, the Government of the Northwest Territories, and the Government of Canada, or bracket C, any prescribed legally binding agreement. Brackets 2, this act is to be interpreted in a manner consistent with the recognition and affirmation of existing Aboriginal and treaty rights in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Brackets 3, an action or thing authorized by this act must be carried out in accordance with any applicable land, resources, and self-government agreement. Brackets 4, If there is a conflict or an inconsistency between a provision of this Act or the regulations and a provision of a land, resources, and self-government agreement or legislation approving, giving effect to, and declaring valid a land, resources, and self-government agreement, the provision of the land, resources, and self-government agreement or legislation prevails to the extent of the conflict or inconsistency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question as member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to understand, I believe this language comes from, is repeated in at least a couple of other pieces of N.W.T legislation, and can I ask the law clerk to confirm that for me, please?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry, we're...
Yeah, okay, well, let me just try, yeah. I understand that this language comes from other laws of the Northwest Territories passed by the Assembly, so I just want to find a way to confirm that and which pieces of legislation it comes from.
Law.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, if I understand the question correctly, does this clause appear in other pieces of legislation? The answer is yes, to my knowledge, at least in 2 other pieces of legislation. There's substantially similar clauses. Those would be the Forest Act, or Bill 74, not an act yet, and the Protected Areas Act as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. That sounds pretty good to me. I would prefer having a little bit more meat on this non-derogation clause, so to speak, that makes sure that you know, we support the land resources and self-government agreements that have already been negotiated, and there's the ability to add more. So I think this is good language, and it's a little more specific than just Section 35 rights, and brings it down to our situation in the Northwest Territories. So, but includes those. So, yeah, I agree with this. I support it. We've done it before, and I think we should do it again. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, members, there was just an error in the date of the motion that was on the print, but it's not the date that's in the legislation that we currently have. It's just our document that we're reading from. So I'm going to have to get MLA Cleveland to reread that section. Brackets 4 on the of the CLECHO agreement section. So if we can go and have you correct that, just make note to correct that, and we can, members are okay, we can agree to go back to debate. Okay, MLA Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for pointing that out to me. Just for the record, brackets 4, or brackets Roman numeral 4, should read, the Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement among the Cleat-Cho and the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada signed on August 25, 2003, as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm not actually sure that this is in other acts, that it does anything to list the specific land claims. You know, the original motion says Section 35 of the Constitution Act and existing Aboriginal and treaty rights, which then is meant to include all of them, but we've done this before, and then we've kind of been having this debates in every single piece of legislation since this wording was introduced, and I would encourage the government, I guess we don't have any time, but to just put this in the Interpretation Act, and then it applies everywhere, and we can call it a day. But here we are, we'll have the debate again about whether the specific matters when we have the general. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. To the motion, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cabinet won't be supporting this. As one of the members pointed out, there is very specific information in here, and there's also very broad and general information in the subclauses. I guess subclause 4, what we want this piece of legislation to be is something that people can look at and understand what lien legislation in the territories is. And what this would require people to do is go and now read agreements and before they do work for an Indigenous government to determine whether there's any inconsistencies. They might just say, why bother? So I'm not quite clear what parts of this motion mean. It would take some analysis, and I don't really see any analysis here on what exactly this would do. You know, some people might say, no, it doesn't do anything. Other people might say, well, we'll let the courts decide, and we could wind up in the courts. So if there's legislation or if there's clauses that are ambiguous and unclear and aren't necessary, then I don't think they need to be in legislation. So I will not be, and I'll say as well that this might appear in the Forest Act and the Protected Areas Act. Those acts are not the Builders Lien Act. They're very different. They have very different purposes. When it comes to drafting a piece of legislation, every word matters, and legislation isn't necessarily a copy and paste kind of thing. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. I will return to the mover of the motion for any closing comments on the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe that being this specific is important. I believe that not only when we're talking about land and resources, but when we're talking about land and resources in conjunction with doing business as well, that we need to be able to reference land settlement agreements and that they matter in both. So I think that this is an important distinction, and I guess people will vote how they want to vote. So thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Clause 3.1, does committee agree? Clauses 4 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 19, does committee agree? Clause 20, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by striking out landlord's interest in that portion of subclause 20 brackets 1 preceding paragraph brackets A and substituting quote landlord's interest in the premises end quote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 20 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 21 to 30, does committee agree? Clause 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clause 41 to 43, does committee agree? Clause 44, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended in that portion of subclause 44, brackets 2, preceding paragraph, brackets A, by striking out, quote, must set out, end quote, and substituting, quote, must set out, comma, with an affidavit supporting the claim, end quote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 44 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 45. Does committee agree? Clause 46. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that subclause 46, bracket 6 of Bill 65 be deleted and the following substituted. Bracket 6, the court may, comma, on application, comma, order that a certificate of pending litigation expires if no significant steps towards trial have been taken after 2 years from the date of registration of the certificate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 46 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 47 to 50. Does committee agree? Clause 51 to 60. Does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70. Does committee agree? Clause 71 to 80. Does committee agree? Clause 81 to 89. Does committee agree? Clause 90. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Cam Lake, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill...
No. Sorry, I need to get agreement on 90 because it's a new clause. So, clause 90, does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the clause as amended, I move that Bill 65 be amended. Sorry, that the Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after clause 90. Review of Act. 90.1 brackets 1, the provisions and operation of this Act must be reviewed by the department responsible for the administration of this Act within 2 years after the commencement of the 21st Legislative Assembly. Brackets 2, the review, brackets A, shall include an examination of, brackets Roman numeral 1, an examination of the administration and implementation of the Act, brackets Roman numeral 2, the effectiveness of its provisions, Roman numeral 3, the achievement of its objectives, and, brackets Roman numeral 4, which the entities and improvements that should be subject to the Act, and, brackets B, may include any recommendations for changes to the Act. Brackets 3, the Minister shall make the results of a review completed under brackets 1 publicly available by publishing them on a website maintained by the department responsible for the administration of this Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee reported this bill back as not ready, but we have called it and we are sitting here and we're reviewing it, and it's not even the 11th hour, I think, at this point in the Assembly. It's the 12th hour. We're sitting here with this piece of legislation that on one hand is very important. At the end of the day, the point of this bill is to make sure that private industry gets paid for the work that it does and the material it provides to do that work. At the same time, we've identified as committee a number of issues with this bill and a number of concerns. And so I'm bringing forward this motion here today because and I know that a lot of people don't like stat reviews. It's not a reoccurring stat review. It is a one-time off review to be able to look at this legislation, how it is serving private industry, and to do a statutory review of it so that we can ensure that we're serving private industry and their objectives and making sure that the objectives of this bill are meeting those to the best of our ability. So I think that this is a really important clause to kind of meet in the middle if this piece of legislation is going to go forward, to make sure in short order that we are actually serving its purpose and ultimately serving the people of the Northwest Territories. We need more business in this territory, Madam Chair, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't really like stat reviews ever. I don't even know if I want a review of the Act. To me, what I would have liked to see is basically two paragraphs added. One is that this Act binds the government of the Northwest Territories, and then another one that says, for further clarity, public lands can't be subject to sale or seizure. I do think it's that simple. I get all of this other conversations about Indigenous land and municipalities and the nature of the infrastructure, similar to BC's legislation, got roped into this, and then we kind of went down this spiral. And then I get that prompt payment legislation got tied into all of this, but I really do think you can just bind yourself and then exempt yourself from sale and call it a day. That's really all if that review accomplished that, and I don't even mean a review, if that just legislation was introduced in the next assembly after the department gave it some thought, that would make me very happy, and I would not feel so begrudgingly voting for this presently, but that's all. Thank you.
To the motion, member, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a problem generally with, I wouldn't generally have a problem with something like this. Like the member from Yellowknife North, I'm not a fan of the recurring statutory reviews. As a regular member, I've been part of those. I found that if anything, they hinder progress on amending acts. But we just discussed the N.W.T Act, and we're moving in a different direction in the coming assemblies. And even in this government, we've introduced protocols and processes that limit the amount of legislation that we can do. Going forward, it's going to take longer to do legislation. We're going to be forced to do less pieces of legislation unless the federal government decides that they actually want to, give us the kind of money we need to operate the Northwest Territories. And so I don't want to burden that limited group of people who are tasked with these types of statutory reviews with doing that work, because in 6 years, when this review would be scheduled, there could be more pressing things that need to be dealt with. And so I don't want to bind future operations. I want them to be able to make that decision. I share the member's concern that we have this piece of legislation that for decades has really pretty much gone untouched, but I won't be supporting this this provision. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. May not come as a surprise to the other side. I think this bill was not particularly well drafted. I don't think there was adequate consultation, and to have this bill not applied to N.W.T, that's not good. This might actually help fix that through a one-time review that the department would undertake, would have to make public. So I'm going to support this motion. I think statutory reviews are actually good. I think it's a way to hold Cabinet to account. This one would actually be done internally by the department. They just have to make it public. So it's not carried out by a standing committee. But I'll support this, but I'm going to vote against the bill because I just think it's poorly done and should bind N.W.T. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Clause 91, Member for Cam Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair, the MLA for Frame Lake just let me know I joined a new club. Madam Chair, I move that the English version of Bill 65 be amended by striking out, quote, certificates in paragraph 91, brackets K, and substituting, quote, certificates, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstaining? Motion is carried. Clause 91 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 92 to 93. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after Clause 93, consequential amendments. 93.1, brackets 1, the Land Titles Act is amended by this section, brackets 2, each of the following provisions is amended by striking out, quote, mechanics lien, end quote, and substituting, quote, builder's lien, end quote, brackets A, subsection 24, brackets 2, brackets B, subsection 96, brackets 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 93.1. Does committee agree? Clause 94. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act, as amended, is now ready for third reading? Committee. Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that the Bill 65 Builders Lien Act as amended is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. You ready? Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. I will ask the Minister of Industry, Tourism, Investment to introduce the bill. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to present this evening Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. The Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act and regulations have not been comprehensively updated since their introduction in 2005, despite there being significant market changes over the years. Based on recommendations in the last 5-year program review of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation and direction received from the Board of Directors, an in-depth legislative review with public engagement over the last 18 months was conducted. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the 130 businesses and stakeholders who invested their time and resources to participate in the research and public engagement sessions. I also want to thank the chairpersons and members of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Board of Directors, both former and current, who played a central role in identifying the opportunity for change and who were involved throughout the legislative development process. Having an independent and public board supports an arm's-length structure and offers a level of independence for the organization, which is a highly valued and preferred by the public. The result of this extensive undertaking by the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation and its board is Bill 84. Bill 84 modernizes and amends the Act to enhance clarity, transparency, and value-added supports to Northwest Territories entrepreneurs and businesses. There are 9 amendments being put forth that will create flexibility for the organization to better respond to business needs, which can change quickly, especially during times of emergencies or crisis, like the wildfires, and will help community businesses thrive in the Territory. To support these proposed amendments and the organization's strategic direction, a new name for the organization is also being proposed. The proposed name, Prosper N.W.T., will enable the organization to overcome the significant challenges that exist with the current name, Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation, and better aligns to the ultimate purpose and goal of the organization, which is to help bring greater prosperity to the Northwest Territories. Prosper N.W.T. has generated much interest from my colleagues. I want to assure my colleagues and the public of 2 things. First, I am confident that the new name is a well-informed, meaningful, and strategic choice made after significant research. And second, that I have had the benefit of strong boards, board chairs, and management staff on whom to rely for these recommendations, that they remain arm's length and responsive to the needs of the private sector in a way that government cannot always achieve. A comprehensive and professional approach was taken to arrive at this name, a process that is typically followed by many other companies and organizations, balancing stakeholder engagement with the expertise of branding professionals, legal considerations, and the organization's overall goals and vision. Of note, the proposed name, Prosper N.W.T., does appear to have support from the business community, as demonstrated by a recent poll conducted by the Northwest Territories Chamber. I strongly believe that with the proposed amendments in Bill 84, including the new name for the organization, we will be able to do more and do things differently to better support Northwest Territories businesses, contributing to a stronger and more diversified economy. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions committee may have.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 witnesses with me today on my right. Ms. Joyce Taylor, the Chief Executive Officer of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation, and on my left, Christina Duffy, Director of Legislation Division with the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the Standing Committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 84. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Chair, Bill 84, an act to amend Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, received second reading at the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Bill 84 is proposed to make numerous changes to legislation, the impacts and operations of the corporation. The bill would also have changed the name of the corporation to Prosper N.W.T. At the time, the committee had concerns about the board of the corporation from the vacant board positions, inadequate representation from the communities. Further, the committee believes that the Crown Corporation, the corporation should have interacted more with the public when going through a rebranding exercise. While the amendment could not have been addressed, the concerns about the board's composition, the lack of transparency, the name selection procedure could not be changed at the stage of the process. That's why the committee decided it's clause by clause on Bill 84 on July 25th, 2023, that the bill was not ready to move forward. I'd like to thank the committee for its hard work in the review of Bill 84. Individuals and members may have additional comments, but before I hand it over back to you, Madam Chair, I'd just like, on a personal note, Prosper N.W.T, BDIC, it doesn't matter. As a chair, board, chairman of the board, for myself, I just want to make sure access to funds for small businesses are into the communities. And I really think this is a really good program for our small businesses across the territory. And I think it doesn't matter the name in regards to it, as long as it's getting out the door and helping who's needed, who needs help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 84. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to thank the committee for the work they did as well, and I will support this bill. I like some of the changes there. The name, I guess, always it seemed to be a concern to some, and I guess it was to me at the beginning, but then I thought about it after a while, and Prosper N.W.T, it's actually welcoming, and that's what we need that office to be, is to allow people to go in there and feel like they're welcome there, and that they are going to get the support. And then I also see some of the other stuff, like, to provide non-financial support, which is very important to its clientele, I think. And so there are a number of good items in there. It's the meat of it that I'm looking at. The name, again, like my colleague just stated, it doesn't matter to me that much, but I think it's probably an okay name. And like I say, anything that makes it better, makes it more accessible, and provides more support to our business community, then I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I participated in the review of the bill, and I want to say I support the bill, except for the name change. And the other items in here, though, are good items that are covered here. They are in response to 3 independent reviews that were done of BDIC. And if I get the dates right, 2013, 2014, 2016 or something, 2018. Anyways, that part of the bill I don't have any problems with, and I think they're helpful changes that will allow BDIC to do more of what it can and should be doing. The name change, though, very problematic. Look, I want BDIC to be independent. I want them to be arm's length from the government. I want them to have a full functioning board that's probably more representative than what's there now. And I might speak to that a little bit more. But, the name change was not part of the whole plan. We got a legislative proposal as regular MLAs. Can't talk about it, but what I can talk about is the discussion paper that was put out, the public engagement that was undertaken. The name change wasn't part of that process. And all of a sudden, it bubbled up in the bill. It was a complete surprise to committee. So we tried to find out what it was all about. We had to ask, I think, 3 times to get the information. Committee shouldn't have to ask 3 times to get information, and committee was ready to use its power to compel production of a document. That doesn't happen very often in the 8 years I've been here. I just don't know why it had to go that far. So the minister talked about how, in her view, this was a well-informed decision. When committee got the documentation, and I can't talk about it because it's top secret, there was, I think I can say that there was nothing in there about a name change. So then we had to go back and ask a second time, where's the information, where's the background stuff for the name change? So then we got some more stuff, and I disagree completely with the minister's assessment that this is a well-informed decision. I respect a board, I want boards to be independent, but it's not a well-informed decision. I read the stuff. I'm a details guy.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was done well. So anyways, one question I do want to ask is, can the minister agree to make that background work, and if some of it needs to be redacted in some way, can the minister agree to make that information public? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have had a fairly significant disagreement about really about the process of getting information to committee on this one. And I will say, Madam Chair, it is unusual, but we're also not dealing with a department of the government here. We are dealing with an entity that is meant to be arm's length, and which, to be quite frank, over many years was not necessarily given as great a latitude as it could have been to be truly at arm's length from the department, from the minister, from the minister's office. So I've certainly made it my point to really embody the idea of arm's length, to be committed to the notion of independence. And so when the board and their staff undertook this process, which I would note, Madam Chair, that in our legislative proposal, we did say that they would be undertaking a rebranding exercise, and that had yet to be finalized. So that was in the legislative proposal. When they undertook that process, Madam Chair, they undertook that process internally. There was research done that did engage market research, obviously looking at the market. So they then felt strongly that the process they undertook was not meant to be one that would then turn around and be shared. The products that were produced for that process were not meant to be produced for public consumption. I respected that, and so that's where, unfortunately, we did get into this dispute with committee. It was never meant to be anything other than that. And I think that has left us with a bit of a bad taste in our mouths, which is, again, unfortunate, because it could otherwise be a positive name change. Madam Chair, I fear I'm now in the same situation. I'm sitting in front of committee. I'm now sitting in front of committee of the whole. It's a public question. And I'm in the same boat where I have a board and staff of an entity that's arm's length, where they're asking me to keep their materials that were not created for public consumption to not be going out to public consumption. I mean, the situation hasn't changed. I was able to share with committee under the conventions of this House. I can't do the same thing if I'm sharing it to the public. I'm sure, Madam Chair, we can come up with a draft document that would summarize the market research, that would summarize the process of the market research, and I would commit to putting that type of document out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, that's all great, and I do appreciate this minister's approach to BDIC, and I think the new management has been great there too. I've heard lots of positive things, and I want to say that publicly. So, sorry I'm picking on you on the name change, but the rest of it has been good, everything I've heard. But I have heard complaints from small businesses about the name change. People feel, some businesses don't think it's a good idea, they don't like it. And I guess what I'm getting at here is that there wasn't, in my opinion, and from having reviewed the documents that I'm not allowed to talk about, adequate public engagement to support the name change. And I'm not trying to reach in and interfere with what the board does, but it's just not there. Plus, I think it also sets a bad precedent where we say we're going to do something, people are engaged, and then all of a sudden, wow, something new is thrown in at the end without an opportunity for people to express views or concerns, whatever, about it. So that's a bad precedent. And I'm sorry, I can't support a bad precedent in that way. But in any event, I've asked the questions about trying to get more information out there about the basis for the name change and how that was done. The ministers of the view was well informed. I disagree completely, having seen the information. I think there can and should have been public engagement around that. And if it had been up to me, I would have found a way to try to split this bill so we deal with the stuff that we can all agree on, which is getting these improvements to BDIC so that they can get money out the door and do their job better. That's different than the name change. That's a completely different thing, and that was not part of the original package. Rebranding might have been, but I didn't clue to the fact that this was going to result in a name change, but maybe that's my fault, my failing. So at the end of the day, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I can support this bill because it sets a bad precedent where something pops up at the end of the process and people didn't have a chance to participate and express views about it. So the rest of it, good stuff. Keep doing what you're doing. And I want BDIC to continue to invest in things like the Fort McPherson tent and canvas, Denny Fur Clouds, the Fort Liard arts and crafts stuff. Those are great projects. It's at your own initiative. I believe in government intervention. I believe in government creating jobs in communities. And that is a big part of BDIC's mandate, and I want to see more of that, please. Please do it. So that's it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the discussion we're having here right now. In regards to rebranding, you have to think about that too as well. I know, take a look at Housing Corporation, N.W.T. Housing Corporation. They went through a whole exercise, and at the end they called it Housing N.W.T. But the policies are still the same, the people are still the same, the monies are still the same, everything, nothing. I mean, when you really look at it, it's just a different set of clothes the next day they're wearing. Everything else is still the same. In regards to changing the name for BDIC to Prosper N.W.T., I'm not really sure. I think a lot of people here in the Northwest Territories are familiar with the term of BCI, BNI, so it's called BCIC? Is that what it is? Yeah. But anyway, I just want to know, I'm surprised that this came up now, but at the same time, had the board had an opportunity to be part of this process, and when you said you had 130 business people and stakeholders, what were their thoughts on this idea of changing the name? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, again, this was led by the board and their director, CEO, so I'd like to turn it over to to the CEO, please.
Sorry, Ms. Taylor?
Yeah, the board was engaged throughout the process. With the board of 8 members at the time, they initiated the process through the strategic planning process to look into improving the image of the BDIC and to look into branding as a part of the mandate under my tenure. They also engaged in the conversations with the 11 engagements sessions that were held with the stakeholders. And during that time, it was continually expressed that there was a ton of confusion, especially with BDIC and BDC, as well as at least 10 other organizations. And there was continual concern that there was bad goodwill coming from other organizations, and that was also exemplified today in the newspaper for the Yellowknifer. The media confused the BDIC with the BDC. There was allegations of fraud in the newspaper where the tagline referred to BDIC when in fact the loan was from the BDC. We had nothing to do with that lending, and that media and confusion continues. So the board, throughout the process, looked at and discussed the name, and they looked at what the professionals had stated should be done. They deferred it to the marketing and communications specialists that indicated that there was a problem with our branding. There was extensive confusion with the BDIC and the BDC, and to create a simple, ownable name that was easy in English, easy in French, and could be also identified with easily in the communities as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Again, I know the rebranding portion, we're changing the housing corporation to Housing N.W.T. Maybe we could have built 10 houses just on that, all the letterheads and everything else that costs of doing all that. This could be just a simple fix. All you got to do is, where it says BDIC, just put a polar bear there or something like that. And the other one's BDC, that's a federal organization, put a Canada flag or something there. But anyway, I guess I'm just wondering, in terms, can you maybe elaborate a little bit more as to how your engagement process of this bill with your board, and what kind of feedbacks were you're getting from, or some of the concerns as well in regards to this bill from your board? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, as a general process, I suppose it's. Sorry, I'm struggling. It's just a long question. There was a lot. I mean, one of the things I guess I would speak to would be the need to get the venture program to a place where it was more accessible and more usable. There was significant interest in being able to deliver business programs in a way that right now, under the current legislation, was not authorized. There was a desire to move an authority from an executive council, which requires all the cabinet, to the ministerial level, but also to give greater authority directly to the board itself, so that we're not, again, as reliant upon the Department of ITI or the minister. Again, there was a recognition of, if we're still talking about the rebranding, I'm not sure, but certainly, again, the concern being, I mean, the member mentioned earlier BCIC, so there's BCIC, BDIC, BDC, there's, I mean, First Nations financial, there's other financial, there's this financial, so there was a long list of names, and again, there was a marketing a whole marketing process undertaken to do the research on this. I am not an expert in that. I'm quite content to rely on those who are the experts in that. There was a need to define conflicts of interest. This has come up in the time that I've been in this role. So, yeah, I mean, all of those things were, the occasions when the board gets together have a chance to meet with me as well. They had done, the What We Heard report on this was fairly extensive and lengthy, and spoke to a lot of these issues. So Madam Chair, I'm not sure where else to go. I don't want to take all the members' time, so I'll pause there and see if there's one that you'd like more information on. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Taking all my time, add another 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. No. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the response. So you talked about the involvement of your board. How about the independent board? I know BDIC has an independent board. Can you let me know how were they involved in this bill, and what kind of comments and feedback were you getting from them as well? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me turn that to Ms. Taylor. So that's his call. Ms.
Taylor.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the board was initially, from the strategic planning session to involvement in the drafting of the discussion paper after the engagement, through surveys, 78 surveys, respondents as to what we should address. They were also involved in the engagement sessions with the public prior, and there were 51 participants in 11 sessions that spanned from May of 2022 right through to July of 2022, and they were held in French and English. They were held in for the regions at different times of the day to accommodate. The board spoke to them. The board was involved in the review of the What We Heard report, and then they were also involved with the drafting of the legislation and the changes that were proposed that came out of the What We Heard report in response to what the public and the various stakeholders had to say. And then they were also engaged as a part of the interview process, where there were 11 interviews with business advisory, businesses themselves, board members, senior management. There were representatives from the business communities at an association level speaking to the whole issue of the brand audit, and they contributed to that process. And then once the branding audit results came, they saw what the experts had said. They also had presentations on the proposed names. 50 names were reviewed. So anyway, their involvement was throughout. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you for that response. I guess my last question would be for the Minister is, what does she feel will be the biggest impacts for N.W.T businesses with the proposed amendments of this bill? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm happy to give my own views on it. I do think it'd be beneficial to also hear from the CEO, but I mean, I suppose at this point I'd probably highlight, and I don't like to pick favorites. It's like picking your favorite child. I mean, to be honest, actually, I would actually put the rebranding on there because there is confusion in the space in the ecosystem of supports for businesses. It doesn't even matter to me necessarily, as has been said already, whether it's Prosper NWT or something different, but it needs to be something different. I'm glad if it is something that has been done by a professional organization to make that determination, because there needs to be clarity around the business ecosystems that are available to support businesses in the Northwest Territories. There's not right now. They don't know who to go to for what level of service or for what type of service. And so second to that, I would say, is the ability here for BDIC to provide business supports, which right now have to go through the minister, if they can be supported at all. So the ability for them to start to do that on their own in a responsive way will be more responsive and more timely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Prosper N.W.T is the greatest name ever. I love it. I'm excited. I'm really excited for the CEO and board and to truly become arm's length, and hopefully they don't have to deal with any more MLAs for a long time. My only concern, though, is I think the board right now has 4 Yellowknife members and 1 Fort Smith member, and then has some vacancies. Can I get an update on how we're doing with trying to add some diversity to the board? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Recently, under the last board composition, our chair was from Inuvik and we had a member from McClavic. The current board members, I have numbers, but I don't necessarily have where they're from. So I might see if the CEO can respond to that, please.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is 1 board member from Fort Smith, and there are 4 members from Yellowknife. And we are engaging in a broad media campaign in order to attract more board members for the vacant positions. And we're going out for a minimum of 6 members. And we are going to be doing 5 weeks of advertising. And there will be a nomination committee that will ensure that, using our matrix, that there is a diversity both from community and representation as well as from various disciplines and industries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for Tunde Willade. He asked some of the questions that I wanted out on the floor, which was, what are the biggest impacts of this bill going to be? At the end of the day, you know, am I in love with Prosper N.W.T? Maybe not. My concern is that will businesses know where to go? And I guess that is another marketing campaign that will have to happen. But ultimately, I don't believe that it is the role of this House to jump into marketing activities. The idea of members from either side of the House, whether you are a minister or a regular member, jumping into any kind of marketing activity for the N.W.T or their arm's length organizations, in my mind, is definitely not our jobs, and I definitely don't want to see that precedent set here today. We have, over the last 4 years, gotten really good at poking one another when we get into the weeds, and I think this is definitely one where this is too far into the weeds, in my opinion. And I will be supporting this bill because of the impacts listed by the minister and by the executive director. At the end of the day, it's our job to provide political direction and not to decide what the name of an organization it will be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Members, are there any more general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 6. Does committee agree? Clause 7. Member for N.W.T.
No. Just 1 second, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, member for N.W.T.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Not to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Act Corporation, the Clause 7 of Bill 84, renumbered as subclause 7.1 and following to be added after renumbered subclause. The following added, what you doing? You're waving your little arm around you. The following act add after subsection 5, brackets 1.2, brackets 1.3, brackets, the minister shall make reasonable efforts to appoint directors who are respective of the economic sectors and communities of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Clause 7 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 8 through 10. Does committee agree? Clause 10 through 15. Does committee agree? Clause 16 through 20. Does committee agree? Clause 21 through 25. Does committee agree? Clauses 25 to 29. Does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended, is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended? Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake.
Get us out. Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Order. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 55-19 brackets 2, Bill 65, Bill 84, Bill 85, and would like to report progress with 15 motions carried, and that Committee Report 55-19-2 is concluded, and that Bill 85 is ready for third reading, and Bill 65 and 84 are ready for third reading as amended, And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you.
For Nivik-Twin Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife South. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Okay, third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the honourable member from Yellowknife South, that Bill 74, the Forest Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Statutes. The member for Range Lake. The member for Nuvik-Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakwood. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunide-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 74 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the honourable member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Statutes. The member for Range Lake. The member for Nuvik-Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakwood. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunide-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 78 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for the Statutes, that Bill 83, Liquor Act, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Statutes. The member for Range Lake. The member for Nuvik-Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Nuvik-Boot Lake. The member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakwood. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunide-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 83 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member from the Henday, that Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'll be voting with the carbon tax, but I just want to put clarity. Is the reason I'm supporting the carbon tax bill tonight, it's going to give our communities their funds with the local community governments, and it's going to get the monies to the people, the individual peoples that need it. And I'm still praying it's a tiered system, and that's why I'm supporting it tonight. But as a carbon tax bill as a whole, I don't support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtooth, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Welede, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahendeh.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Order. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 92 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, October 5th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1578-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bills 23, 75, and 80. Committee Reports 52, 53, Minister Statement 264, Table Document 681, Table Document 973, Table Document 974. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bills 65, 84, and 85, and orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stand is adjourned until Thursday, October 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.